All right, can I please ask everybody to stand for O Canada? Looking up at the box. We can start singing. That's right. I'm gonna. We might as well just go. I'll go. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious
and free.
O Canada,
we stand on guard for thee. O
Canada, we
stand
on
on
guard
guard
for.
for thee.
I haven't done that since I did grade 2. That's great. All right, here we go. Hope that's not recorded. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to a regular meeting of Council and General Committee for Monday, November 2nd, 2020. We begin this gathering by acknowledging the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this reminds us that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people. And this is Indigenous Treaties Week. And so Treaties Week in Canada is an opportunity for us to, as Canadians, learn more about the treaties, what they stood for, what they mean, and their ongoing legacies here in communities across Canada. So it's an important part of our calendar. And for the mayor's report, I really don't have much because we want to get right into this meeting. It is a hybrid meeting, and so those who are following and watching at home, what we've done is we've created a opportunity to bring counselors into a space like this at the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre, in addition to having counselors on the Zoom platform, as well as delegates who will be coming in person and also delegations that will be taking part in a digital way. And so it gives us an opportunity to learn how to be in these new times as it relates to the pandemic, and gives staff and council an opportunity to see how a hybrid model would work. I do want to thank the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre for having us here today. They have done an outstanding job in setting up a safe place. We have volunteers who are helping. The staff have been great. We've got the technicians who have helped put together this space. We are in Robertson Hall now, and it does feel very safe. And so as you look at the numbers that are increasing here in Niagara, you're seeing outbreaks at long-term care facilities in addition to community spread. And so while we're mindful and very mindful of the fact that we're in the midst of a second wave, this does provide us an opportunity to do things in a safe way and showcase to the public that we can do things. We can have a sense of normalcy, if you will, when it comes to the pandemic, and we could do it if we all work together. So I want to thank our team here. We have our city clerk, Bonnie, our council coordinators. We have Evan and Rebecca, Kristen, who has helped as well, and the whole trio. And I'm sure Bonnie will add a couple more names to this, but they've all been instrumental in working with council and working with the First Ontario Performing Arts Center to create this very safe space so that councillors can be here in person, and we can also have a digital meeting as we have been doing since the beginning of March. So with that, I will now turn it over to the adoption of the agendas, and Bonnie will take us through some of the additions.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council's Sugar Sink folder. Confidential letter from Tisha Polacco, Executive Director, St. Catharines Downtown Association, regarding the Board of Management Director nominations. Confidential memo from Kristen Sullivan, Deputy City Clerk, vacancy appointment for the Public Art Advisory Committee. Additional correspondence for item 6.1, 268 Oakdale Avenue, additional correspondence 6.2, CIP 2020, and additional correspondence 6.3, winter storm on-street parking prohibitions. AMO watch file from October 29th, 2020 is in there as well. General Committee Agenda Item 2.2, this is from your agenda, and the clause that the city solicitor be directed to prepare the necessary agreements and bylaw is to be removed. It's not necessary, and an amendment to the recommendation for Council Agenda Item 6.1. The first clause of the recommendation should read Appendices 7 and 8, not Appendix 1. And that's all for this evening. Thank you.
All right, can I have a mover for the agenda? Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Kushner, and all in favor? Screen, it's carried. And so for the public who are watching, we have 4 councillors who are here in person. We have Councillor Garcia, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Kushner, and Councillor Miller. On the Zoom platform, we have Councillor Harris, Councillor Dodge, Councillor Porter, Councillor Cisco, Councillor Sorrento, Councillor Townsend, and Deputy Mayor Littleton. And so what we'll be doing through the course of the evening, we'll be having questions and comments from councillors in person, but at the same time, we'll also be going to the Zoom platform, and I'll be looking at the screen, making sure that those who have their hands up, and Councillor Williamson's on there as well. And if councillors, again, can use your raise hand button, because I'll be looking to the Deputy CAO, David Oakes, and I'll be looking to the clerk to help me. And councillors, if you see hands up that I'm not gathering, just feel free to direct me as well. In addition to that, you'll see that we're all wearing masks. These wet masks are mandatory, and we'll be wearing them for the duration of the evening, as well as the delegates who will be presenting. They'll be wearing masks as well. There will be a break at around the 8:15, 8:30 mark. It'll be a 15-minute break just to allow those in here to get a breath of fresh air, just to stretch their legs. And with that, we can now head on into conflicts of interest. Does anyone have any conflicts tonight? I don't see any. Adoption of the minutes. We have a motion that the council adopt the minutes of the meetings of council held on Monday, October 19th. General Committee for Monday, October 19th. The adoption of the General Committee meeting held on Wednesday, October 21st. That was be the budget night. And that council adopt the minutes of the General Committee meeting held on Monday, October 26th. So if I can have, I'll look to the screen. Councillor Littleton, you're moving that?
I am so moved, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Harris. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much. And we now move on to, no items have been lifted from the consent agenda. So the council approved the consent agenda, save and except for those items brought forward for discussion forthwith. Councillor Kushner, can I have you move the consent agenda? Thank you. Councillor Miller, you want to second that? Okay, and I'll look to the clerk to read the agenda, consent agenda, and then go to the vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this evening's consent agenda, we have 2.1, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, the 2021 schedule of meetings for City Council, General Committee, and Budget Standing Committee. 2.2, Community Recreation and Cultural Services, Business Planning and Strategic Services, the Community Gardens on City-Owned Land Policy Update, Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services, Geomatics, Encroachment onto Carlisle Street and Garden Park. 2.4, Office of the City, oh, I'm sorry, that's been removed. So 2.4 has been removed. 2.5 is Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, and that's council correspondence. And that's your consent agenda for this evening. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
yes,
Counselor Porter,
Yes.
Counselor Cisco,
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, just before we go into the public meetings pursuant to the Planning Act, I will just provide public service announcement is that November 11th is coming up. We will not be having a meeting prior to Remembrance Day. And so just for the public's information, your TV Niagara will be broadcasting live on their station. 610 will be broadcasting live as well. Just before their broadcast, both of them start at 10:30. In addition to that, there will be live Facebooks that we'll be doing through the mayor's channel, and hopefully there will be some other folks. It'll be taking place at the Cenotaph, but it's a very small gathering. The Legion Branch 24 is organizing that Remembrance Day. So it is a very small group due to COVID-19, but their Legion has asked that as many people that can participate as possible online. They'd like to see a great turnout, and don't forget to get your poppy. Councillor Garcia for Port Dalhousie.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that the Port Dalhousie Legion is laying wreaths. We usually do the ceremony and parade Sunday before November the 11th, not to conflict with the main cenotaph. And what we're doing this coming Sunday, which will be the right Sunday, is on the Saturday night, Legionnaires are laying wreaths. And then at 10:30 on Sunday, we're going to have just a small gathering, maybe Councilor Williamson and myself and a few of the Legionnaires there.
Okay, thank you. And the Polish Legion will be doing a very small laying of the wreaths on November 8th as well. And I believe that's around 11 minute mark. So the opportunity I say to the public is maybe find a time that you can privately go to one of the cenotaphs. We have one in Meriton. We have one in downtown St. Catharines. We have one in Port Dalhousie. Privately do it and pay your respects to the fallen heroes of our community. And do what you can to support the Legions because they could really need your help right now. So I'll leave it at that. If there's any other updates, please jump in at any time and we'll keep going. All right, let's go. So we now move on to, there are 3 public meetings tonight. Delegations will first be heard for 6.1, which is 268 Oakdale Avenue. Once delegations are finished, council will then hear delegates for item 6.2, which is the 2020 CIP, and item 6.3, winter storm event temporary on-street parking prohibition. Once delegations have been heard for all 3 public meetings, council will then consider each item on its own. So what we're saying there is that we have delegations for each of the subject matters. They will come and present. We'll do the in-person delegations for Oakdale, then we'll do the Zoom, any Zoom delegations for Oakdale. Then we will close the public meeting. And then we're going to move on to the CIP and do the same thing and close that public meeting. And then we'll do the snow one and then close that one. Then we'll go back to 6.1 and as a council we'll delegate because this way we have heard from the public and then we'll go back to 6.1, then 6.2 and 6.3. So this allows us to hear from the delegations and allows them to move on and get back to their residents and we can continue on with the meeting. So the first one is the Oakdale Avenue. The purpose of the meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public to understand their proposals and to provide public with the opportunity for input before council's decision. Planning and Building Services staff have held an open house and prepared a report on the application. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Charlotte McEwen, planner with the Planning and Building Services, will explain the application. The public and the applicant will have an opportunity to speak on the proposal with a limit to 5 minutes for each presentation. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing by any appeal by others without the permission of the tribunal. Staff will respond to questions of the delegates. The next public meeting will be closed. The public will be closed, meeting will be closed, and council will proceed to the next public meeting scheduled for this evening. And I will now call upon Planner Charlotte McEwen to present the application. And there's a PowerPoint that accompanies this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. The first public meeting this evening is regarding Sorry?
Someone needs to mute. Okay.
Am I
Sorry.
okay?
Sorry, Miss McEwen.
No problem. The first public meeting this evening is regarding an application for zoning bylaw amendment for 268 Oakdale Avenue. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendment is requested to rezone the lands from medium density residential to high density residential and to apply a special provision to address building setbacks, landscape buffers, parking requirements, lot frontage, and landscaped open space. Next slide. The proposal is for a 3-story residential apartment building with 28 units. The units are small studio apartments of 27 square meters each. 4 accessible units are included at 33 square meters each. The proposed development includes dedicated bike storage within the building and 18 surface parking spaces, including 1 accessible parking space. This concept plan shows the proposed site layout. The site is narrow. There's a portion of the driveway that is only 3 meters in width and can only accommodate one traffic direction at a time. The design includes a vehicle lay-by at the front of the building and a turnaround space within the parking area to allow traffic flow within the site. Should the amendment be approved, the development will be required to go through the site plan approval process, which will address the refined details of the site. Next slide. The lands are located on the east side of Oakdale Avenue between Carson Court and Kapner Street. They are 0.16 hectares in area, and the frontage is approximately 13 meters at the street frontage of Oakdale Avenue. Next slide. The surrounding uses include a 5-story condominium to the north at 276 Oakdale. Next slide. To the south is a 2.5-story condominium at 264 Oakdale. Next slide. The Garden City Golf Course abuts the rear of the lands to the east. And next slide. There's green space in the former Welland Canal across Oakdale Avenue to the west. This is a view of the subject property, 268 Oakdale, viewed from the Oakdale Avenue frontage. The property is currently vacant. The property is located within a settlement area under the provincial policy statement and the built-up area under the growth plan. The proposed amendments facilitate intensification that is consistent with provincial policies. Next slide. The property is located within the built-up area as identified in the regional official plan. The regional official plan is supportive of the intensification of underutilized lands to achieve regional intensification goals and limit the need for urban expansion. Next slide. The city's official plan designates the lands as neighborhood residential, as seen here. And next slide. They're further designated as high-density residential, which permits a variety of residential dwelling types, including apartment buildings, at a density of 85 units per hectare or greater. The proposed building with 28 units has a density of 167 units per hectare. No official plan amendment is required. Next slide. The lands are currently zoned medium-density residential, or R3, which permits a variety of residential dwelling types, including apartment buildings, at a density between 25 and 99 units per hectare. The proposal has a density of 167 units, requiring a zoning amendment. Next slide. The bylaw amendment is requested to rezone the lands as high-density residential, or R4, with special provision 159. The R4 zone does not have a maximum residential density. Next slide. The special provision is requested to address elements of the site design that do not meet the provisions of the R4 zone. These include the lot frontage, the northerly side yard setback, landscaped area, minimum parking requirements, and the landscape buffers along the parking area. In addition to the proposed provisions, it is considered appropriate to include a height limit to ensure that the proposed setbacks applied to the building height at the proposed building height at maximum. An increase in minimum bicycle parking is also recommended to offset the reduction in vehicle parking. Next slide. The requested reduction in minimum lot frontage illustrated here is from 30 meters to 13 meters, which reflects the existing lot context. There is no opportunity to acquire additional lands to meet the minimum lot frontage since existing residential apartments exist on abutting lands. This is a long-standing lot configuration and compliance with the zoning bylaw is not achievable. The design of the site has taken the narrow lot frontage into account. Next slide. The narrow width of the lot also reduces the space available for side yards on the property. The R4 zone requires 3-meter setbacks to the apartment building, which constrains the building footprint. The proposal provides the 3-meter setback along the south side of the building by placing the building closer to the north property line. The site-specific reduction in the interior side yard setback is from 3 to 1.2 meters. The reduced setback doesn't negatively impact the existing condominium to the north, which is located roughly 20 meters from the property line. The 1.2 meter setback allows for access between the proposed building and an existing accessory building on the north property. Staff consider the setback appropriate and compatible in this context. By reducing the northerly side yard, the applicant can maximize the amount of space between the proposed building and the adjacent condo to the south. Next slide. The reduction in landscaped open space on this site is from 40% of the lot area to 19%. There is limited width in which to provide the parking, drive aisle, and building elements, which limits the landscaping opportunities on the site. The intent of the landscaped open space is in part to ensure adequate amenity space is provided on site and to reduce the amount of paved area. In this instance, the limited landscaped area that has been proposed is maximized to provide planting along the street, provide outdoor amenity space, and some planting within the site to break up the paved area. Both landscaped area and parking are required to be reduced, but a balance has been struck on this design to ensure that both of them can be provided in an effective manner. Overall, staff is supportive of the reduction in landscaped open space. Next slide. The applicant has also requested a reduction in the parking requirement. The building requires a total of 35 parking spaces, which represents 1.25 spaces per unit. The site plan shows a total of 18 spaces, which represents a parking ratio of 0.6 spaces per unit. The city's official plan allows for the consideration of reduced parking standards where transit is readily available and where bicycle parking and facilities are provided. In this case, the property is located along local bus routes 304 and 404, which provide access to downtown and to the Penn Center. Additionally, bicycle parking and indoor bicycle storage are provided above and beyond minimum requirements. The development is unlikely to have high car ownership and is located along transit and cycling routes, providing convenient alternatives to personal vehicles. The proposed units have very limited floor area, making it unlikely for residents to have visitors. There is on-street parking available in the vicinity along Carson Court to the north and Kapner Street to the south, which could assist in accommodating temporary parking needs subject to the parking regulations. Since the development is not expected to drive significant visitor traffic to the area, impacts on-street parking supply are expected to be minimal. The parking reduction is considered appropriate given the small unit size, the location along a transit route, and the provision of bike storage. Next slide. The proposed reduction in the landscape buffer is along the parking area on 3 sides, illustrated here. The proposed buffer is 0.9 meters along the north property line and as low as 0 meters along part of the south and east lot lines. This loss of landscaping along the south lot line prevents the proposed driveway and parking area from being buffered with landscaping from the existing condominium building to the south. Additionally, there are several perimeter trees that are shared with abutting properties which may not survive the driveway construction. It is noted that these trees cannot be removed without the agreement of the shared landowners. It would be required as part of the site plan process to compensate for any buffer reduction through measures including, but not limited to, minimal windows on the south facade of the proposed building, architectural articulation of the building to provide visual interest, and fencing along the property lines to buffer the parking lot from neighboring properties as appropriate. A tree preservation and protection plan would also be required through site plan, and the removal of private trees would be the responsibility of the developer. With the site plan measures, staff are supportive of the proposed landscape buffer reductions. Next slide. The application was circulated to all appropriate departments and agencies, and no objections have been received. Some departments and agencies provided requirements for the site plan process, which would occur should this application be approved. Next slide. An online open house was held on July 16th of this year, and 4 members of the public registered to speak. 23 written submissions were also received at that time. The themes of the concerns and comments received through the public consultation are listed here. First, the single lane driveway. The function of the single lane driveway was a repeated concern. As noted earlier, the site has been designed with room for vehicle lay-by at the front of the site and will include a turnaround within the site to mitigate any conflicts. Through the site plan process, directional signage should be required to assist with access, parking, and turnaround functions to ensure that the site functions smoothly. In terms of the existing shared trees, the onus is on the developer to negotiate with the abutting owner regarding the removal of these trees. The developer is not able to obtain site plan approval nor a building permit until all boundary trees have been addressed. Concerns were raised with traffic on Oakdale Avenue relating to the speed of traffic and visibility at this part of the road. The property will have only one access and only one vehicle will be able to enter the roadway at a time, which is of minimal impact to the traffic on the road. There are no concerns from the city's traffic staff with regards to the visibility or the capacity of Oakdale Avenue. Speeding vehicles are an issue that must be addressed by enforcement rather than development design in this case. Parking adequacy concerns have been discussed already. The number of spaces is considered adequate in this instance due to the small size of the units, low vehicle ownership, proximity to transit, and available active transportation network. There was concern with the proximity of the proposed building to the condominium at 264 Oakdale Avenue, which is to the south. The proposed building is set back 3 meters from the property line, which is in keeping with the target R4 zoning for a building of the proposed height. Privacy concerns based on the proximity are mitigated by providing windows mainly on the north side of the building so that overlook is reduced. And a privacy fence will mitigate the impact of the driveway to the abutting building to the south. Staff also encourage ongoing discussion between the owner and the condo corporation to pursue additional landscaping on the lands to the south to mitigate impacts further should council approve this application. There is concern about the loss of green space as a result of construction on the lands. This development is proposed on a parcel of land that, while currently vacant, is designated for residential development. It does not constitute the loss of green space in the city. Construction was another concern relating to the development. The timing of construction, along with mitigation measures for noise, vibration, dust, etc., will be managed through the building permit and inspection process. There are concerns that the new development will bring an increase in noise, trespassing, vandalism, and the use of private dumpsters on adjacent properties. There is no reason to expect that the proposed development will bring an overabundance of this type of nuisance. Residents will be held to the same standards as existing residents and must abide by all laws and bylaws. Grading and drainage concerns were raised. The grading and drainage details will be addressed through the site plan process and must be proposed to city standards. There was also concern that the building does not provide sufficient accessibility due to the lack of elevators. However, the development is able to meet the accessibility requirements based on the building type, and no elevators are required. Next slide. Staff recommend that council approve the application as outlined in the staff recommendation, as it is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to and does not conflict with the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the Garden City plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. McEwen. And the speaking order for the delegates will be as follows. In-person delegations, in the order of which they registered, will speak first. Electronic delegations, in the order in which they registered, will then speak. There are 3 podiums for the in-person delegations. The Sergeant at Arms for the city will escort delegates to the appropriate podium for their delegation. Podiums will then be sprayed after each speaker. So we do have 3 podiums, which allows us to continue to move on with the delegations while one of the other podiums is being treated at the time. So I now will call upon Daniel Malecki. Hopefully I get it right, because Malek, and if he can come into the First Ontario Performing Arts Center, that'd be great. Welcome, Daniel. Now, when you get to the podium, you just have to identify yourself, because I think I said your last name wrong.
My name's Daniel Malecki. I live at 264 Oakdale.
Good. Welcome. Thank you for coming. So you can speak. We can start speaking. You've got about 5 minutes, and you're off to the races.
Honorable Mayor, esteemed councillors, the Catharines staff, and most especially the Garden City tax. I want to first say that I am not opposed to this development. nor am I opposed to this property being developed. I am absolutely opposed to this development on this property. Move it a few doors down, next to Emerald Towers, there's a patch of land there that's 2.5 times wide, and this development could fit in there without any of the bylaw scheming and twisting required to shoehorn this into 268 Oakdale. I request something that actually fits there, perhaps a duplex, maybe a single lot. The other problems with this location, such as grocery store, medical and dental care, and their distance, would become a non-issue if it was down near Emerald Towers, because there would be adequate parking available, room for 2 lanes, and setbacks wouldn't have to be twisted. Perhaps there are other locations within the city that could handle this project without the enormous bylaw twisting required. But then the only problem would be Mr. Toast's profit margin. He is already well above the average cost for luxury condos. To call this affordable housing is a lie. $700+ a square foot is not affordable, as in the staff report. St. James at the end of Oakdale advertises itself as a luxury condo conversion, and it is in the $400 a square foot range. Mr. Toast's projected condo fees are a joke. At less than $150 a month, he has to provide a site superintendent to move the garbage, green bins, recycle, and other stuff that has to be done to the curb and back. We, with way more units, do not have a site superintendent. That's luxury, not affordability. None of that is in the staff report. You have developed, tried, tested, and true bylaws that with a stroke of a pen could be gone. So much for good neighbors. Fair for one taxpayer should be fair for all. Remember this vote when somebody wants to build the next Motel 6 next to your house. Although real motel rooms may have far larger rooms than this one. Other issues not addressed by Mr. Toth and the city staff. Snow removal. They suggested a scoop instead of a plow. Please answer the question, where's the truck going to park for the half hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour that the scoop is scooping the snow in that 500-foot driveway? Not in Oakdale, there's no parking there. The nearest real grocery store is 1 kilometer away. I ask how many of you have walked 1 kilometer, picked up a bag or 2 of groceries, that's, fresh fruit and vegetables that you can't get in a corner store, and then walk back. In fact, I'm going to make it simpler. How many of you walked 1 kilometer in the last 2 weeks? How many of you can ride your bike with a bag or 2 of groceries in hand? Think about these issues. Bikes, yes, some of them in that proposal will have bikes, but most will want cars. And this project is designed without the parking spot to put said cars in. Mr. Toast's solution, hey, let's download the problem to the other buildings. They can get them towed. The city report has a solution as well. Park on the side streets. Just one minor question. Are you not debating a bylaw tonight that would prohibit that street parking in certain situations, such as snowfalls? How's that going to work out for the buyers without an option of a parking spot and required to park on the side street? Why not just meet the parking bylaw requirements and, in fact, all of the other bylaws that we have in place? Trees. Of all the 23 trees studied that are bordering or inside 264 Oakdale, I'm missing something because what was the point? They're all dead. They're all gone. Not one survives. And perhaps the other 3 trees of the 26 studied trees in total, those 3 trees, all within 264 Oakdale, may be inflicted with some damage and may not survive as well. That's a great plan. That's a good neighbor. Sarcasm. That's the kind of project you have here before you for your consideration. I have one other thing for you to consider. I no longer have a physical interest in these proceedings as I will no longer live at 264 Oakdale. This mess, this uncertainty, the very possibility that he could build here and apparently may build here, in a large part caused me to move out. When we looked at places, we always considered vacant land and next door to where we were looking, in case Mr. Toth, or perhaps a different Mr. Toth, wanted to twist the bylaws to suit his profit. Even though it will not affect me directly, I will reiterate this Motel 6 is not the solution to this property. Develop the property to meet all of the good neighbor bylaws. Do not be a Mr. Toth. Be a good neighbor. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Malecki. Now, there might be some questions of council, and I'll look, Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in and making the presentation. Just, I guess, one question. You said you're not against the development or something happening on that land per se, which I think the city staff note that empty, we don't want empty land there. The lot is so unique in that it's so narrow that it's almost certainly always going to need a bylaw variance because of the frontage, and it currently can develop 16 units. Could you foresee a project that had 16 units and a small lot on that site that you would be sort of okay with or agree with?
I would say that I was looking more to a duplex or a triplex. But I'm not a builder. I don't know how to do that. I just know that you are putting in something that is going to create havoc. And to say that parking isn't going to be an issue is pie in the sky.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. We have Councillor Porter. So Councillor Porter will be asking you a question, Mr. Melick, from up on the screen. Councillor Porter, you're up. I mean, Councillor Littleton, I apologize. Councillor Littleton, you're up.
That's okay. Hi, Daniel. I just wanted to ask you a quick question about, you were talking about the cars and the parking, and you said, well, the answer will be just to tow those cars. Did someone tell you that? Was that an answer you got when you were asked?
Mr. Toth told us that that was the answer to parking irregularities that happen on 264 Oakdale. Tow them away.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Councillor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. Again, thank you for coming in. One issue that you did not mention, I don't believe, is 264, which is, I guess, to the south of the property. The parking that they show at the back will actually be facing north, but with the lot being so narrow, would car noise be an issue with those two neighbors as far as the cars parking there and leaving and starting and so on?
I believe there will be excess noise, yes. It may be there is something you can do. I don't know what a fence would do to alleviate some of that noise, but I already hear noise from 276. I am on the north side of the building, and I hear noise from 276 Oakdale, but it's fairly muted. So I would expect 268 Oakdale would provide a lot more noise.
Thank you. And second question through you, Mr. Mayor. Do these two abutting buildings have balconies or open windows onto that site?
My unit on the north side has a balcony and window, yes.
So in addition to noise, you could be exposed to car fume.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. I'm not seeing any more questions of council, so thank you very much, Mr. Malecki, for your presentation. I think the usher will take you out that door. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And next, as the staff will be cleansing off that podium, we'll be getting ready for the next speaker, who is Adrian Tapley. Come on in, and you're going to go to this podium, I believe. The farthest, oh, the one in the middle. Okay, you'll be sitting at the one in the middle. Thank you very much for coming today. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity, Mr. Mayor, city councilors. I also live at 264 Oakdale Avenue. It was extremely difficult for me to hear Daniel's presentation, so I apologize for any overlap. That being said, I think it's important to sometimes overlap on key points. I'm going to mostly refer to the corporate report that was offered by the Planning and Building Services of St. Catharines. A few concerns I have is parking reduction. And my main concern there is that theory and practice aren't always the same. It's easy enough to say that there's only going to be so many people that are going to have vehicles and are going to park there. But in practice, that might not be the case. It's up to the applicant to demonstrate, according to this report, not my words. It's up to the applicant to demonstrate that that is the case, and that is a concern on my part. Affordable housing is my next concern. 33%, well, less than a third is allocated to, I think it says there will be 10 people off the housing list. There's 28 units. So that's around a third of the percent. There's no guarantees. And that's mentioned in the report as well. Traffic, the notes here says there's no objections. But again, theory versus practice. It's a single lane driveway. So let's say, for example, that an emergency vehicle was called to the scene and cars have to get out. There's no guarantees, again, that traffic is not going to be an issue. It's suggested in this report that there shouldn't be a, sorry, I'm struggling for the word I'm looking for, but a report looked into or anything of that sort. I think that's unfair. I also am here on behalf of Loretta Snyder, who is a resident in the same building. And she can't be here for obvious reasons, times that we live in. She's has immune difficulties, so she can't be here. She sent a letter to Charlotte McEwen on June 30th of 2020, and also sent another letter which I delivered to the mailbox here at City Hall. I hope you consider that. I hope, and I trust that you've done your due diligence, looked into it. I just want to thank you again for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Tapley. And am I saying it right, Tapley?
Yes, yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
correct.
Just want to make sure. And any questions of counselors in the room here? I'm looking to see any hands, and then I'll look to the screen. Counselor Sorrento, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recognizing you, my question for Mr. Tatley is this. Sir, you mentioned something about residents or people coming off the housing list and going into the units. Could you clarify what you meant by that? I don't think I quite followed that reasoning, sir. If we would
Okay.
do so.
And again, the only information I have is from the, sorry, I'm going to flip back to it, is from the report from the corporate report City Council from St. Catharines. At the top of it, it says Planning and Building Services, Planning Services, report date October 23rd, 2020, meeting date November 2nd, 2020. As for affordable housing, if I may, and I have time, while council considers affordable housing a priority concern for the city, and the city's official plan recognizes the need to provide affordable housing, actual mechanisms to require and sustain, yada, yada. I apologize for using that term. But it says that of the 28 units, they will be taking 10 people off the housing list and providing down payment grants to cover the down payment and closing costs. So my concern is that if this is a case of affordable housing, 1/3 is going to affordable housing. In the times that we live in, the economic times we live in, the reality is there's no guarantee this is affordable housing. It's very simple for someone with money to come in and buy up these properties, buy up these units, I apologize, and make them a cash cow. That's my opinion. I'm not sure how the council feels, and no disrespect intended.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Littleton, we have a question from the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let the presenter know that we did receive a letter from Mrs. Schneider today as well, just so he's aware. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, seeing no other further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Tapley, for your delegation and making notes of your concerns. So when the developer does come in here, we'll be able to ask the questions as well. Thank you very much. Now we'll be calling upon Miss Doreen Milligan. And Miss Doreen Milligan will be taking the final podium out to my right, your left, as we get the other two podiums cleared. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm just going to read this because I'm really nervous.
Don't be nervous. We're all friends here.
I know, but.
Friends with masks.
Okay, good evening. My name is Doreen Milligan. I own and live in the condo building at 264 Oakdale, next door to the proposed development at 268 Oakdale. I have been a resident of St. Catharines since 1985. I have owned 2 homes and now a condo that I expected to be my last real estate purchase as I am retired. I have paid my fair share of taxes to the city I call home and would expect that city bylaws in place apply to all property owners. I believe these bylaws are important and protect all present and future homeowners. I recognize that the owner of the property at 268 Oakdale, Drew Toth, has every right to build on his land. However, I would like to believe that he would be bound by the same bylaws as the current property owners are in this area. Consequently, I take issue with what Mr. Toth wants to build and not his right to build. The best analogy I could come up with is this. Ooh, I have to take a deep breath. Mr. Toth wants to sell a size 6 shoe to someone who has a size 12 foot. And that's how I feel about it. He is trying to squeeze too large a building into too small a lot, and something will definitely explode. It is my understanding the city has bylaws to ensure proper fit of building to lot size, proper density classification, parking requirements, access, buffers, and green space, et cetera, ensure minimizing negative impact to neighbors and the environment. Sometimes this may require a little adjusting, and I think we all understand this. I believe that's why variances are often approved. But Mr. Toth's requests for amendments far exceed minor variances. It appears, based on his plans, he does not meet any of the standard bylaws in place. He is looking for amendments, extreme ones, that would definitely negatively impact neighboring condo buildings on both sides, north and south. I.e., we are to the south, and he is requesting a 0 buffer and wants to remove our trees. And we strongly object to this. We've had a lot of discussions at the building. Furthermore, he tries to disguise this proposed development as affordable housing. The starting price is $150,000 for approximately 300 square feet, and that is about $500 per square foot. Hardly affordable, I would think. If you compare the price in neighboring buildings, we have seen his model unit. Looks like a glorified hotel room that can only accommodate 1 person. We are still at a loss to understand who would buy these. He claims he is giving low-income people the opportunity of home ownership. I Googled the numbers because I'm not an expert, and I took the low end. So at $150,000 to buy, they require a $30,000 down payment, and they require the annual income of at least $40,000. And I don't think that's low income. I would be hard pressed to also believe that any low income individual would have $30,000 for down payment. So as I just heard Adrian talk about it, if they're thinking on providing 10 of these units, right, for affordable housing, who's going to pay the $30,000 down? My tax dollars again? I take offense to that. So I really don't know who would purchase one of the units. They will be younger individuals, as Mr. Toth cannot provide parking for each unit. He claims owners will cycle everywhere. We have 4 seasons. Cycling is not feasible year-round. That means walking to buy groceries, etc., or taking a bus to run errands. Aside from the Avondale, 300 meters away, there are no amenities within a kilometer. His plans might look good on paper, but I believe that it would not be feasible in the real world. St. Catharines is not Toronto or Montreal or Chicago, where you can probably get by without a car. So as a resident of this neighborhood, I am asking City Council to adhere to the bylaws on record and rule accordingly. If City Council has to agree with all the amendments Mr. Toth is looking for, rather than minor variances, don't you agree the projected building is just too big for the available lot? Mr. Toth, please go build your 28-unit building where it fits, because the 268 Oakdale lot is way too small. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Milligan, and greatly appreciated. Well done. You did a good
Okay,
job.
thank you.
And any questions from councilors in the room here? And then I'll look to the screen and see if there's any questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you very much. Appreciate your delegation tonight.
Thank you.
Stay safe. Okay, and our next speaker is Dave Mullett. And Dave Mullett, you'll be coming to the first podium right here. Welcome to the hybrid meeting of council.
Is a new one for me.
It's a new one for all of us.
I'd like to say good evening. My name is Dave Mullett, and I am the chair of the board of directors at 276 Oakdale Avenue. I'm representing approximately 63 owners of our building. We recognize the fact that the city needs more affordable housing, but we are questioning whether this is the best use of this particular property. We are finding it difficult to understand some of the changes that are being made to the existing bylaws. And just to expand on that a little bit, it seems to be that they're absolutely tearing them apart, to be quite honest with you. We are concerned that the ratio of parking space and the number of units, there seems to be no visitors parking in this proposal, and there's no off-street parking spaces for the owners and their guests. There was something brought up a little earlier. There's very limited parking on Lincoln. Carson Court, there is no parking. That's a townhouse accommodation. Kapner's parking would be for the people that own the homes on that street. And there certainly is no parking on Oakdale. And just as a caveat, there'd be no parking on our property, although only owners and our guests, not from there. We ran into that situation many years ago, as I've been the president of the board of directors for 13 years. And we ran into it quite a while ago from, unfortunately, the people that just spoke, and we got that rectified. Where are we here? Now, and another thing that we, to be aware of, there is always a lot of traffic moving in and out of our driveway onto a very busy road where the speed limit is not being adhered to. I walk my dog every day, 7 days a week, between 7 and 9 o'clock during that period of time, one way or the other. And I can vouch, not that I'm saying I've been a driver for 60 years and so on and so forth. The speed limit right now on Oakdale is between 60 and 80 kilometers an hour. And if there's 10 cars coming down, 4 of them, believe me, would be at that speed. I've actually stood on the road, or on the sidewalk, excuse me, and hollered at them to slow down. That's how bad it is from as far as speed goes. There's nothing. I went to Lori I'm sorry, last name is
Littleton.
Yep. And she got 2 signs put up, a 50-kilometer up by Lincoln and a 50-kilometer down by Westchester, and also a sign for a curve that cuts around Carson Court. He might have just basically did with the signs, put them up backwards, because they mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. Anyway, a lot of traffic. Also, we are concerned about the new lot frontage, which could affect our ability to exit our driveway. We have enough problems now with the speed that's coming down that road for us to get out of our driveway. In 13 years, we've had 3 accidents there, 2 coming out of our driveway and 1 going into our driveway and driving right through a brick wall. It was part of our setup in our front driveway. There's a brick wall on each side of our driveway. This chap drove right through one of them. Now, this is at 8:30 in the morning. He wasn't drunk. He must have dropped something, looked over to see what it was, and before he got up, bang, he was in. This is what can happen. Okay. We are given to the understanding that there will be, about bicycles. I understand, I heard there was be a place for 18 bicycles to be stored. Again, walking my dog, when people ride down Oakdale, you put in 2 bike lanes, 1 on each side. The people coming down from Lincoln, you might see 5 in a month. People coming up from Westchester, you might see 2 in a month. And I kid you not, that's a fact. And the bottom line, they ride on the sidewalk. If there's 5 of them, 2 of them are on the sidewalk. I've stopped them and I said, look, they put a bike lane in for you. Take advantage of it. You know what they tell me? And I can't use the profanity here. They said, we're scared, whatever, of getting killed based on people coming down from Lincoln. There's a curve there at Carson Court starts at 276 and around the corner to Carson Court. Out of 10 vehicles, 8 of them has the right wheels in the bike lane. So if this is the bike lane, this is all that's left. And this guy's coming down from Lincoln. And believe me, this is facts that I witnessed myself. I'm not making this up. We were given an understanding that there's a fire. If there is a fire at the east or north end of the building, this is 264, that the fire trucks would have to fight it from our parking lot. Because the building at 264 up to our fence, I think it's about 4 feet at the most. That's how close we are to them. We have a building in the middle of their setup. It's called the Arms. And basically, you could use the expression, open your window, spit, and you'd hit the next building. That's how close they are. So if there's fire, I understand there's supposed to be a fire retardant on that side of the building, because on that side of the building faces us on the north side, it's all glass. On the other side, it's not. So consequently, what do? The fire truck wouldn't be able to get into there to fight that fire if the fire occurred on the backside. They'd come into our driveway to fight the fire. And as we all know, life is a lot more precious than cars and fences. So cars could be damaged, fences would be torn down. Where else are we? Part in our fence, we could take construction. Oh yeah. Also, I understand that our fence would have to be taken down during construction of the building. What we need to know is when the fence is replaced, we expect the existing zoning bylaws to be followed, because if we have to have something to do with completing that fence after it was torn down by the cost of whoever put the building up, Drew Toth, but we would maybe have to put it up, we could not get on the other side on their property between their building and where our fence is. You couldn't work there. There's not enough room. So we got a problem there. And
Okay, so
where am I?
you just got to wrap it up if you can. Just if you got a couple more quick points you want to hit.
Just another thing, we talked about drainage. We've had a problem since that lot was empty with drainage. In the wintertime, it snows, it drains, it comes onto our property, which is our parking lot right there. And we lose at least 3 or 4 in 5 parking lots sometime with ice.
The sound's off at the pack.
Off at the pack? Just want to make sure. To the counselors, can you hear us on the screen? No? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I can't hear the speaker.
The speaker's finished right now. Speaker just finished. Okay, any questions of the speaker? Councillor Miller.
Through you, the mayor, and thank you again for coming in. And similar question to I asked before. The lot is very narrow. There's just no way around that. Can you envision anything, being built there that wouldn't be to have some of the similar issues, I suppose, that
A
you touched on?
fourplex.
A fourplex.
That's
Okay.
what I've, that's exactly what I even mentioned that to Drew Todd.
Okay.
I mean, it's so inconvenient what he's going to put there. And I'm not even talking about the people that look at 264 were affected as well on our side. And I just can't believe, I'll be honest with you, on a personal note, I'll just finish it off. I'm concerned about the changes to the zoning bylaws from the existing to the proposal. Will this be part of the official plan for the St. Catharines going forward, or is this only to affect this building? I can't believe that this could ever happen again, and I can't believe this will happen.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, just a couple of questions. Number one, you said that you represent, I believe, 63 owners at.
We have 63 units, yeah.
You are chair of the board?
I'm the president of the board.
president. And are you here representing all of them? Like, have they all
Basically, I am.
voted?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if some of them might have sent in some emails and so on and so forth. I'm not aware of that, but basically that's why I'm here. I'm the only one talking for 276.
Okay, and my second question, since we've heard from the neighbors on north and south of this lot, since you said you walk the neighborhood every day, are you aware of how any of the other neighbors further north and south feel about this? Or have
Well,
you
I know
heard-
in Carson Court, the townhouses, they're not so much about the lot because it's up the street from them, the south side, and they're farther into the north. Their biggest problem is more cars coming out of a driveway that are going to go around the corner and cause all kinds of problems. We have cars, without a word of a lie, driving down the road towards Westchester and will pass on the left-hand side if you're not doing 60 or 70 kilometers an hour. And I'm not joking. That's what's going on there. When they put those 2 lanes in and narrowed those drive lanes up and down Lincoln, to me, it was a horrible mistake.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Garcia. I'm not seeing any hands up on the screen. All right. Thank you very much, Mr.
Okay, thank you very
Mullet.
much for listening.
Appreciate it. And now we're going to go to the Zoom platform, and we have from the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, Hugo Cheshire.
Hello, am I on?
You're on, Hugo.
Marvelous. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor Senzik.
You're really enthusiastic, Harry. Are you sure you're at a council meeting?
I'm at a council meeting, but I'm also in my house. This is great. And I think this is the first presentation I've done where you're not looking at the back of my head throughout the entire thing. So,
Actually, it's true. It's true.
yeah, it's great.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, good evening, Mayor Senzik, councillors, staff, and members of the public. My name is Hugo Cheshire, and I am the Director of Policy and Government Relations with the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. I wish to speak tonight in support of the proposals put forward by the Toth Group for a new housing development and to ask you to allow the project to go forward in accordance with the recommendations of city staff. I don't need to tell you that Niagara has a housing crisis. You've all seen the data. The median income in the St. Catharines Niagara CMA in 2011 was $28,500, and an average residential unit cost $225,000. In 2018, their average income was $34,700, but an average cost of the house had gone up to $425,000, a 22% increase in wages, met by an 89% increase in house prices. Today, the average price has gone up to $575,000, a staggering 155% increase in only 9 years. Given the state of the economy right now, it would be shocking if average incomes had not fallen in 2020, and yet house prices continue to grow. This growth in housing costs squeezes rent upwards as well. In October 2011, the median rent in North St. Catharines for a one-bedroom apartment was $689. In October 2019, it was $1,012. That same 22% wage increase had been chasing a 47% increase in rent. And that's if you can find an apartment, because vacancy rates have been below 3%, which are considered a crisis level for 5 years now. At the GNCC, we've made affordable housing a priority. Businesses need a workforce, and a workforce needs a place to live. A lack of affordable housing drives away the young and decreases other economic activity by sinking so much of people's income into rent. It increases poverty, which in turn increases the tax burden and the necessity to spend on social programs. The Niagara Community Observatory calculated that poverty was costing our region $1.3 billion every year, a figure it acknowledged at the time was almost certainly an underestimate. Niagara needs more affordable units, and we are excited to see the development being proposed by the 12th Group. It is eminently affordable, and every effort has been made to keep costs reasonable. Median one-bedroom rent in St. Catharines is now $914. For about $50 more, a person could own one of these units and start building equity. More development of this type would also ease the pressure on rental units. The average three-bedroom rent in St. Catharines is $1,200 a month. I put it to you that anyone who can pay $1,200 a month in rent can probably manage a mortgage, but the problem is there are no units to buy, and rising prices combined with the mortgage stress test rules are putting down payments increasingly out of reach. These tenants are then forced to stay in the rental market, increasing demand and prices for everyone. It is true that we need more purpose-built rental units, but we also need more purpose-built affordable units for purchase. These units are going to be situated between existing multi-unit structures, and they're not going to change the character of the neighborhood. The design makes very efficient use of a very narrow strip of land and supports the provincial intensification plans for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. The site is on existing transit and cycle routes and will offer bicycle parking and storage as a sustainable and an environmentally friendly alternative to car ownership, in keeping with this council's declaration of a climate emergency. You've seen a very thorough staff report which supports this development and gives further details, which I need not go over again here, but I would urge you to consider their expert opinion. For my part, I would merely like to reiterate that this development is precisely the sort of project that we need to see more of in Niagara, and to which the business community has given its broad support. I ask you to give it your support as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Cheshire. And any questions of council? I'm not seeing any hands up. Thank you very much for your presentation. So that is it for the delegates who have registered to speak. And I'll ask the Sergeant at Arms if there is anyone else who would wish to speak who has attended the lobby here today at the First Ontario Performing Arts Center. The Sergeant at Arms will inform Kristen. Kristen will then inform Bonnie. And if I don't see anyone coming in about 30 seconds, we can move on to the applicant who will be presenting. Okay, so I will now call upon the applicant to present. The applicant has a number of presenters with him. Mr. Drew Toth is a developer. Kaylin Holmes, who is a planner and project manager with Better Neighborhoods. Donna Borsheshin, the CEO of Niagara Regional Housing, and Lori Beach, Executive Director, Bethlehem Housing and Support Services. So I don't know if they'll be delegating as a group. I'll be looking for support from the clerk to my left, your right, and wondering if they'll be coming in as a group. And I know I shouldn't be turning my head because it affects the mic as I do that, but I'm looking over to someone beside me to see if I can get some clarity. Or are they all going in on Zoom? There's Drew right there. Okay, so it looks like we'll be doing Zoom for all four of the individuals. Mr. Toth, I'm going to ask you first. Would you like us to go through the scheduled speakers, which includes yourself, Kaylin Holmes, Donna Warsheshin, and Lori Beach, and then ask questions, or would you like to go individually?
What I'd like, if Lori could speak first, and then after that, I will speak back and forth with Kaylin, and then we're going to open everything up for questions.
So what about Donna? Is Donna Warsheshin, is she on the Zoom? Just want to get some clarification before we jump into this. Okay, so Donna is the CEO of Niagara Regional Housing. Is she on the Zoom platform is the question I'm asking?
She is.
Okay, well, when will she be speaking? After Lori or before? Or in support of what you're saying?
So Donna will be here for questions in regards to our partnership with Niagara Regional Housing.
Perfect. So she'll be answering questions if there's related to that. And I think Councillor Sorrento had a question. So we're going to start with Lori Beach, Executive Director, Bethlehem Housing and Support Services. And then it'll be followed by Drew and Kaylin. And so for council, we'll ask you to save the questions until the end of all the presentations because they seem to be presenting as a unit. So Ms. Beach, welcome. Anyone who's good at the Jeopardy theme song, they could do that if they want. There you are. All right, just unmute. There you go.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Now we can. Welcome.
Okay.
You're off to the races.
All right. So I think there was a disconnect between my mute button and yours. But here we are. Thank you very much, Drew, for asking me to participate with the group tonight and on behalf of your project. My esteemed friend and colleague at the GNCC on our nonprofit council group certainly covered a lot of the points that I was going to make. So I'll try not to repeat Hugo's points, and he and I have tag teamed on this very subject before. So we certainly feel the same, but he is very, very eloquent in speaking to the statistics and using evidence to back up the point. So I'll just do high level. Many of you participated last Friday on the Women in Leadership program from Brock University, presenting the report from Niagara Community Observatory and the Dr. Joanne Hurwitz report called Looking Ahead, Looking Up for Affordable Housing in Niagara. And I just wanted to comment on the credibility of that report because Dr. Hurwitz is representing the Niagara Community Observatory and did a very, very thorough and succinct report regarding the affordable housing condition in Niagara region. And she called the current housing situation a perfect storm of factors that are contributing to the wicked problem of affordable housing in Niagara. And she referenced, as much of the region has done as well, with research on population growth and number of units required. And she did her research to back that up and validate that information. And the region requirements over the next 20 years, as Hugo mentioned, is extremely high and seemingly insurmountable at 19,325 rental units, or 870 units per year. We're, with the processes to conduct or see these development projects from beginning to end, I can speak from experience, can take 3 to 5 years. Well, that means we're already well behind on achieving anything near those targets. And so clearly, in addition to rental, we need a variety of innovative housing types, including affordable ownership. And again, Hugo mentioned his evidence very, very eloquently in saying that the many households that could afford this type of ownership are currently renting. So the idea is to have a variety of different types of ownership, affordable ownership and affordable rental that causes shifts in the housing continuum and frees up these rental units also this is the type of ownership that could be acquired by folks who are of low income working households. These are the folks that work in Niagara in our tourism industry which is a very large economic sector here, as everyone knows. So allowing this type of development is essential to the housing continuum. These are truly affordable. And again, I won't repeat some of the things that Hugo said, but this is the type of innovative home ownership development that we really, really need. And it's not a lot of units, but it's an injection of another innovative type of housing that we absolutely need in our housing continuum. Again, that will cause a shift and an impact on the demand for rental housing. So again, that's really all I wanted to say in support of this project. We really need this type of thing. So I support this development project. And I'll also say I know Drew Toth quite well, and yes, he is a developer, but he's also from the social service sector. I can tell you that these projects are from his heart, and the compassion that he has for finding solutions to the housing crisis. So there is that part of and side of Drew Toth as well that perhaps not everyone knows.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Ms. Beach, for that presentation. And now I believe we go on to Drew and Kaylin. So Drew Toth and Kaylin Holmes. And I'll turn it over to you, Drew, and you can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Good evening, Mayor Senzik, councilors, staff, and the public. As you know, my name is Drew Toth from Elevate Living Developments. Tonight, I'm not here to talk for myself or about myself, because after this decision is made tonight, whether it's a yes or a no, I'll tuck my kids in bed, I'll kiss my wife goodnight, knowing I have a safe, secure, warm, quality home that's slowly building my wealth over time. Many of you that are sitting around the table or zooming in come from that place of privilege as well. Tonight, what we are really here for is the 28 individuals that this will enable to achieve home ownership. We're here for Greg, who's in his early 20s. He's paying too much for rent. He works as a framer, drives a scooter across town, and sometimes across the region to whatever job site he needs to. We're here for Susan, who's in her 60s, who currently has to rent in Port Colborne from a friend because the cost of rent in St. Catharines is too high. She wants nothing more than her own space and to be in St. Catharines close to her grandchild. We're here for Chris, who's in his early 30s. He's a local entrepreneur that owns a breakfast restaurant here in town. He's been working to stay afloat through COVID and is currently living as a roommate and renting because of affordability. And there are thousands of other stories just like this. CMHC reports that the number one thing driving our vacancy rates down here in St. Catharines is the skyrocketing number of people failing to make the transition from rental to home ownership. Well, Niagara is on sale for baby boomers from Toronto. The reality of home ownership for many locals is quickly slipping away, if not already gone. When I look at where we are now and where we are trending, the average wage and the average cost of housing have headed far in the opposite direction. The rich are becoming richer and the poor are becoming poorer. The number one build their net worth through is home ownership. If this opportunity is taken away, we will erode the middle class. My mentor, Glenn, reminds me constantly that what we build, we are building for the next 100 years. Each and every decision we make now and what we approve, what we fund, will impact our generation today, tomorrow, and the next to come. This project is about keeping the door open to home ownership, and we hope to build many more of these in St. Catharines and Niagara region. This project was birthed out of some of the collaborative work on Niagara's Housing and Homeless Action Plan. I have been a member of the Affordable Housing Innovation Working Group since its inception in 2015. Over the last 5 years, we have researched, learned, and explored options from across the globe to address the affordable housing crisis that we are facing. One of the most important things that came out of these working groups was the identified need to get accurate data to identify who was in need and what the actual numbers were. Next slide. Thank you. The Niagara region and Niagara Regional Housing have identified the key demographics and core housing need through their work with the Canadian Centre of Economic Analysis. Here are some of the findings. A household in core need is one who is dwelling in and is considered unsuitable, inadequate, or unaffordable, and whose income levels are such that they could not afford an alternative adequate housing in the community. Currently, there are 14 households in core housing need in St. Catharines. Of these, 7,792 or 89.4% are singles. We went to work running options, scenarios, and economic feasibility on trying to meet this need based on the following goals, which is singles. Create a new attainable housing option in Niagara, in St. Catharines. Use no city grants or government funding. Financially viable. Therefore, we had to at least break even. The product had to be high quality, attractive, and functional. Nothing that we would not move into ourselves. I know many individuals have been able to see the model unit that we have built. Others have done the visual tour, but you see the quality of the product and the functionality of it. We are very happy with where we have landed. Next slide, please. What we found was that when we went through our studies, we found that by shrinking the square footage and focusing on strategic functionality and design, we were able to make a product that was actually economically feasible to bring to market and hit. Now to the numbers. Our study and work break even on the first two tiers you see before you. But what we actually build to these middle two tiers by creating a product that would be sold at $150,000, delivering a mortgage of $577 per month, and create an affordable, attainable option for people to enter home ownership. Next slide, please.
So, Drew, just before you hit the next slide, so I know you have Kaylin. You're at the 6-minute mark, and so you're just what you're doing is going to be biting into Kaylin's time. So I won't be able to provide her with as much time allotment. So if you guys can figure out where you are in your presentation, that'd be great.
Yep. Next slide. Over to Kaylin. Thank you, Mayor Sendzik.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Mayor Sendzik, and hello, everyone. My name is Kaylin Holmes. So for those of you who haven't met me, I'm with Better Neighborhoods, Inc. We're a consulting firm in St. Catharines that works with clients like Drew to create places that people love to live and are consistent with provincial, regional, and municipal goals to provide a range of housing choices, walkable communities, and that make more efficient use of existing city services and infrastructure. So as an urban design and development consultant, my first order of business is to gather information about the existing condition of the property and surrounding neighborhood to understand the sorts of challenges and opportunities that may be at play in achieving those goals. And you can tell from the pictures before you, which are from my first visit, which was actually in 2019, not 2020 as the slide says, that there are some challenges on the site. You can see the drainage issues, which some of the delegates have talked about and which will in fact be addressed through the development of the site. But more particularly, you see the regular shape of the property in relation to the neighboring parcels. And our question at that time was, well, how did this happen? So if we look at historical aerial imagery of the site, it suggests that when the development of the two adjacent properties, 276 Oakdale and 264 Oakdale, occurred, that this parcel was basically orphaned. It was left over after those developments. The reasons behind that are, of course, unknown to us at the time. Policy at the city now would not permit that to happen. But of course, what we're left with is this particular design challenge. That being the case, we believe that the proposal before you today is a really creative solution that makes good use of this leftover parcel in accordance with the provincial, regional, and city policies. Next slide, please. So I won't get into too much detail about these design items, as Charlotte and city staff have gone over these in detail in the report, and because so much of it will be dealt with also at the site plan approval stage and just for our timing tonight. So, Drew has gone over the reasons that this project really promotes the social health of the city by providing attainable housing options for a wider spectrum of residents in St. Catharines. And I will just add that this proposal also contributes to the environmental and economic health of our city by adding housing where it can make use of existing services and provide alternatives to sprawl development that would otherwise put pressures on our region's environmentally significant open spaces and agricultural lands. And secondly, by promoting walking, cycling, and transit use as an alternative to private vehicle ownership. So some of you are probably thinking, well, these are really pretty pictures and all, but how do we know that what we see here today in these renderings is what we'll get? Next slide, please. And just very briefly, to demonstrate how we take the vision of walkable urban design to reality, just because we know that it's important to council and the communities they serve that the vision correspond with the outcome. We've done this over on Rykert Street at a project called Aspen Common. The two pictures on the left above 2018 show the existing site, the vision in the middle, and the outcome as of last week on Thursday, that kind of rainy day. So just showing that we can achieve this vision of walkable urban design in our city. It involves a number of key players collaborating together to get it right. And we are committed to carrying on the tradition of collaboration with this project. And to that end, I'll just pass it back to Drew to talk about that.
Thank you, Kaylin. Next slide, please. After purchasing this site, we introduced ourselves to the neighbors north and south. That's probably why you'll recognize they're able to call myself by name. We've had lots of different interactions and dialogues. We've met with both the boards over the 2 years to share our plans, listen to any concerns, and try to work together as a good neighbor. Over the last 2 years, we've worked with city staff to arrive at a design that is functional and what we believe respectful of neighbors and in line with good urban design guidelines. In this, next slide, please. Is this development perfect? No. Is it the silver bullet to solve all of the affordable housing? No. But it is one viable, real solution that will work primarily for 28 individuals and hundreds of individuals that will become owners of these units as the years go on. The project delivers on housing for the core need, attainable home ownership. It promotes active mobility, supports public transit use. It'll be managed by a condominium to ensure a clean and well-run site. It conforms with the official plan, and it will boost the municipal tax base. In closing, at this point, we have done what we can do. We have taken it as far as we can go. City staff have done all they can do and taken it as far as they can go. Tonight, the Gregs, the Susans, the Chris's, and many others are looking to you, City Council, and they're asking, are we a compassionate city that is willing to make space, that is willing to allow 28 individuals the opportunity for home ownership? Tonight, we're asking you to say, yes, in my backyard. Thank you for your consideration. We've assembled a team of specialists that are here, and we're happy to address any of the questions or concerns that you have for this project.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toth. Greatly appreciated. And so we'll now, these are just questions of the presenter, of the applicant, not staff. Staff will be after we close the public meeting. And Councillor Miller, I'll go to you, and then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, and thank you to Drew and Kaylin for presenting. Through the mayor, there's been some questions about, you know, whether this is really affordable or not, and a couple of the speakers spoke to the price per square foot and how that might compare to other larger units. How do you feel like that's a fair comparison, or how do you feel like the price per square foot works on a unit of this size?
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's easy just to take a number and divide it by square foot. But the proper approach to understand the budget is to look at the cost of land, the soft costs, etc. You also must know when you're building your highest construction cost per square foot is your bathrooms and your kitchens. These specific units and the size they are, a lot of the space is kitchen and bathroom. And the other part we have designed with functional usable space. For example, I know many of you have seen the model unit. We have a dining room table that pulls out and disappears. We have a Murphy bed that when it lifts up is desk. And we have lots of cabinetry and space. So the cost per square foot on something average that you're building versus what we're building is not really looking at apples to apples. I would also like to bring your attention that there's nothing on the market being sold for $150,000. And most people will tell you that it's probably not even viable to be able to build and sell something at $150,000. I know in conversations with some city councilors, other developers have told them that as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I guess sort of maybe building on that, there was mention, the lot is obviously, as Kaylin alluded to, extremely unique because of its, it was an orphan lot. It's incredibly narrow. It's always, there's nothing that can be done to increase the frontage. So you always need a bylaw amendment for that. But one of the presenters specifically mentioned a fourplex. We know right now up to 16 units could be built on this site. Could you speak to maybe what, whether that would be viable, suitable for someone like you as a developer to build a smaller project on this site?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Miller. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak to the economic feasibility, and then I'm going to ask Kaylin to speak to the planning issues specifically on the site. So the economic viability to be able to build a fourplex, which to my understanding, I would be violating the zoning if I did that, and I'll let Kaylin speak to that. The cost per land and the number of units and the cost to sell a fourplex would not be economically feasible.
Okay, Kaylin?
Sorry, I thought we lost Drew there. Yeah, so I think, I mean, if there's Greg, did you have, through you, Mr. Mayor, Greg, I'm just curious, is there a specific question related to the planning aspect of it or the design aspect of it?
Yeah, I guess it was about the financial viability, but also the literal physical possibility of building a fourplex or within there, or the planning, whether that fits with what we want to see in terms of planning. Sure. So I think if we were working with Drew and he came to us and said, I want to do a fourplex and I found a way to make it financially viable, we would be looking more or less at trying to achieve the same kind of things that we are with this site as it is presented. It is a 13 meter minimum frontage. We'd be trying to get the cars into the back of the site, which would require a driveway along the side of the building. And putting the parking in the back. It really is kind of a different can of worms at that stage with a smaller site. In my
opinion as a planner, it's not the best use of the site. I would be advising Drew to be going for zoning to do something a little bit more high density than that.
Okay,
Could
thank
I
you both.
ask, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Could I ask Judy or Charlotte or Tammy to speak to the fact that I believe we'd be in for a zoning change if we were going for a duplex or a fourplex in an R3 zone?
Okay, so that'll be a question that Councillor Miller will make note of now, and he'll ask.
I'll ask that of staff at the time for sure. One last question. The report, and for those following along at home, on page 1 under site plan approval, there's 4 notes about the staff recommendation. Basically, is that council, part of it is that council direct the site plan process to include the following considerations, and there's 4 considerations there. Do you consider, is that reasonable to you if that's the direction, or how likely do you see the implementation of these considerations?
Sorry, that's a question to me.
I suppose that's probably to Drew, but it could be.
I can handle it. I can
right.
answer that through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the site plan considerations that were proposed in the staff report are in keeping with goals that we have ourselves to provide a highly articulated building that creates visual interest for both the future residents and the neighbors, and to provide landscaping where possible that is of high quality and ensure a good relationship with our neighbors as much as possible, and for the future residents to have good relationships with their neighbors as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Miller. We have Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, it's no secret that I am a fan of the tiny home movement and tiny living. You see that a lot of urban cities across America and even Canadian cities are moving in this direction. My question is with this particular development, oh, sorry, I'll also comment too, just so councillors are aware, an average tiny home does cost 150,000 American just to buy. So there's a fun fact for you. These are being sold for 150,000 Canadian. My concern with this is, how do you avoid this particular development possibly becoming a ghost hotel?
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The great thing about the condo management is that we can make sure that Airbnb or rental is not allowed and enforced through the condo management.
So my concern with that is there are many condos who have management in Toronto who still have Airbnbs, vacation rentals. I just want to kind of understand, how would you avoid this from happening? So how would you avoid a company coming in and buying 3 or 4 of these units for 150,000 and then just simply renting them out to people on Airbnb? Because it is, we can all agree, it's quite simple to do. You just have to post it and rent it out.
That's a great question, Councillor Townsend. Sorry, Kaylin. Let me take this first and then jump in after me. Great question. If anybody's familiar with the company Options for Homes, they've been doing affordable condo ownership with individuals for a long time. And I had the privilege of consulting with them in regards to the best governance mechanisms. As you can imagine, Councillor Townsend, for me, going to this effort, making this investment and selling units at 150,000, I could easily sell them at a higher price. So to just turn them over and give away all the effort and time and investment I have in this project would be quite silly and frustrating. So the governance structure in place comes through, number one, interviews of all buyers, but number two, and my lawyer, Sarah Draper, could speak to this as well, you actually have to sign a legal declaration that you're going to be a primary residence at time of purchase. So we use that legal mechanism to govern out the investors. The other key thing is the HST, right? So this is why they have to sign the legal form at closing, is in regards to the HST rebate. So when someone buys a new home, they typically, if they're going to be a primary resident, they're moving into it, they assign the HST rebate to me. If it's an investor buyer, that HST rebate can't be assigned. And CRA always comes knocking, looking for that as well. So we interview them, and then there is a legal declaration that has to be sworn at the lawyers at time of closing.
Yeah, that's a good summary, Drew. I guess the only thing I would add to that then is generally speaking, how condominiums of this scale at 28 units would work is that they become quite self-policing. And if anyone were to be subleasing or Airbnb-ing their unit, it would likely be noticed right away. And if it is something that's not permitted in the declaration, which is something that we can write into that, then it would likely be snuffed out pretty quickly by the condominium board through the rules.
Okay, and another, just a follow-up to that too, would be the opportunity for someone to buy for 150,000 and sell it for 200,000 or 250. As Mr. Toth you did just say, you could sell these for more money. I guess, how do you avoid that from happening?
Great question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the governance structure in regards to this, first, we want people to move in and build their net worth. That's part of the whole vision of what we're doing. But we don't want people to jump in and just flip it out, which would basically be, eroding that investment that we're making with individuals. And so what we're looking at doing is setting a time frame. We're thinking around 2 years. And so what happens is through the condo declaration that if someone buys it, tries to sell it in 6 months, if 1,000, that extra amount would go back into the condo overall fee, like the slush fund, to help reduce the overall condo elements, preventing people and dissuading them from coming in and flipping.
Okay, thank you for that. My other concern is obviously the parking. I know there's 28 units, there's 18 parking spots, and there's possibly there's no way to add the additional 10. I'm a believer that each unit should have its own parking space, but it doesn't look like there is space. It already is quite a tight space as it is. Is that correct? 18 is the most you could possibly do?
That's correct. And I'd like to ask Julia Salvini to speak to the parking issue.
Sure. Thanks, Drew. Can everybody hear me, Mr. Mayor? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Super. I just want to add a few details. The staff report was excellent and they provided some really good overview of the parking. We did do a parking justification study as part of this application. And I guess there's 4 things I'd like to highlight. So one is the smaller units result in fewer people in the building. So in St. Catharines, the average occupancy of an apartment unit is 1.9 people per unit. And we're expecting in this building, it's gonna be far less. It's probably gonna be more like 1.1 person per unit. And so by sheer numbers, we're gonna see a 40% reduction in the number of people in the building to begin with. And for comparison, in St. Catharines, the average auto ownership in an apartment unit is 0.9 vehicles per unit. So if you were to reduce that by 40%, you get that down to about 0.55 spaces per unit, just reducing by the number of people. So the sheer drop in the number of people is going to reduce the parking ratio. You've heard that this building is going to be geared towards folks who have lower incomes. And we know, although there's not a lot of data, we do know that when somebody is looking for a more affordable unit, they're far less likely to own a car. And so the auto ownership is going to go down as a result of that. There's also precedent in other comparable Ontario municipalities for lower zoning bylaw rates for parking for smaller units. And by small units, what I mean is units that are less than 50 square meters typically. In Welland, they require for apartment units 1 space per unit generally, but for small units less than 50 square meters, the requirement drops to 0.3 spaces per unit. We also see similar drops in Kitchener and Hamilton. So we're seeing that in other municipalities, their zoning bylaws are actually writing in accommodations for smaller units. You've heard from staff and from a number of other people that this site is very well located for travel by transit, walking, cycling, that's for sure. But there's also going to be some what we call transportation demand management measures. And these are measures to encourage people to travel in ways other than by single occupant vehicle. And they're going to be incorporated into the building. You've heard about some of them. We're adding interior secure bicycle parking that isn't required in the zoning bylaw. The parking is going to be managed and rented by the condo board, and there is going to be parking. There will be 18 spaces, and we've, on a preliminary basis, we've shown that 2 of those would be visitor spaces. So there would be some parking for visitors and parking for residents. The owner is exploring an option to potentially get a car share in the building, which would provide other options for residents. And then the other thing that they're doing is they're developing a digital portal for various types of information for the folks who are going to live in the building. But one of the main things that we'd like to see added to that is information on transportation. So the trails in the area, the transit routing and schedules, options for renting cars, for taxis. But then the other thing that you have in Niagara region, and it's become prevalent in many other places, is lots of ride sharing services. So you've got Uber in Niagara region, but you also have Zoom, which is a homegrown ride sharing service. There will be information on that sort of thing. And then option on things that can be delivered. So there's lots of options to have goods delivered in the area, but there's plenty of options to have your groceries delivered even. So providing all that information in one place for residents to access will be really helpful. So it's just a few of the things to help support the lower parking ratio that's being proposed on this site.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you for
that. One thing you did forget is hopefully a scooter ride sharing program. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Littleton, and then Councillor Kushner and Councillor Dodge. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, I have a few questions to ask. So the first one is again about the parking. So we're hearing, this is affordable housing and affordable units. We just brought up the parking. How much is the parking? This is going to cost residents to have a parking space. Am I hearing this correctly?
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I had the option of selling parking. I'm sure I could get about 5,000 to 10,000 a spot. But what I did instead, to allow the flexibility of the true demand, is to do it as rent. The other reason I did renting for the parking was that rent will not go to me. That rent will go to the overall condo board and help reduce the common fees to keep those condo fees down. Every aspect of this was all about trying to maintain affordability. But the other key thing about the renting of parking, when someone has to pay for it, it shows what that true demand is. And also, so for example, say someone buys unit 28 and they have a spot and they're renting a spot. When that spot opens up and someone else buys a unit where the previous person didn't have a car, it allows the fluctuation of that parking to meet the true demand. To comment on the price, we haven't set the price yet. We're thinking a low fee, somewhere like 20.
Yeah, I can just add to that something that Drew didn't mention is that the parking would be managed through the condominium. So they would be able as a board to set the pricing of the parking and allocate to new residents as needed. That could be set up on a first come, first served basis so that existing residents, if they happen to get a car while they're living there, they would get first choice of a space, and then it would be offered to prospective new buyers and otherwise allocated for additional visitor parking.
Okay. Councillor Littleton.
So then when someone moves out, it would be up to the board I'm hearing to determine who would get the open parking spot.
According to the rules of the declaration and set up by Drew. So the declaration is originally set by the owner of the property, which would be in this case Drew, and he would say, here's the order and operations of how parking allocation takes place. The only way that could be changed is if the condo makes the change to their own declaration, which is a process. So they would be required to operate in the order as I described.
Yeah, respectfully, I'm not clear on what the order is. That's why I've asked again, because I'm just wondering, you know, Bob and Mary sit on the board. They don't like the new person that comes in. No, you're not getting a spot. Or, you know, Joe's been here for a while, but I don't like him, so he's not getting a spot. That's why I'm just asking about that process. Parking is a big deal. We've been talking about it. While I like the idea that where the project is, that it's along Oakdale where there's a bus route, to say that it is super walkable, amenities around there is not correct. It is exactly as the resident said, it's about 1 kilometer or so to the nearest grocery store. So the idea, there's 18 spots, and I'm hearing now, I didn't think I saw it in the staff report that I read 3 times that there was visitor parking. I thought there was no visitor parking. So if there's visitor parking, then there's actually 16 or so spots for 27 units or 28 units. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to answer the question first about visitor parking. The feedback from city staff in our original application for zoning asked that we propose visitor stalls as part of that requirement. And part of that is to address the concerns that there is maybe spillover parking in the neighborhood. We agree that the visitor parking needs to be included on the site. And to respond to the aspect about the order and operations of the parking allocation, the condo board would not be allowed to allocate that on a personal basis. There would be a list set up, say, and resident A is on the top of the list to receive a spot when it becomes available, and failing that list of residents on a waiting list, the prospective buyers would come in second.
So while resident A is waiting for a parking spot, where do they put their car?
Councillor Littleton, through you, Mr. Mayor. When people are purchasing the units right at the beginning, we are not going to sell to any individual that has a car if there is no available spot.
So what if they go and buy one after they've signed the papers?
Illegal parking like this, or people choosing to buy a car when they know there's not a spot, if they choose to park illegally, then that is managed through parking enforcement. No different when someone is parking at a city meter, they would be ticketed. No different when someone is parking in a no parking zone downtown. No different when someone is illegally parking anywhere. It's managed through towing, setting an example, and being dealt with in that way. Same way illegal parking will be dealt with in any area of the city.
So then if somebody was parking because people are people, right? So a car, I'm going to park it next door at 264. It's up to the residents at 264 then to call and have it towed.
If someone is parking in my parking lot illegally, I would call and have it towed. As a good neighbor, okay, especially in the beginning, I will be part of the board for the first 2 years, setting the tone of the board. And I've spoke to both neighboring condos about that. I would be happy. Actually, both neighboring boards have my personal cell phone. I would be happy if someone is violating from our building to call the tow and take care of it myself to set that tone.
Okay. And I guess I'm going to ask a couple of questions of the staff report itself. So I'm moving through this very quickly, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. The snow removal. How are we going to guarantee that the snow removal is actually going to be done so that people can move in and out of this one lane?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Littleton. Through you, Mr. Mayor. One lane driveways are not an uncommon thing throughout the city of St. Catharines. They can be cleared. They're done all the time. This is nothing new to property management or property ownership or landscape or snow removal companies.
Okay. Do you have any other built to have a one lane in Catharines?
No, but I had one in Niagara Falls. I had a 9-unit in downtown Niagara Falls at 4751 Morrison Ave. I also built one at 4750 Huron for Gateway of Niagara that was a single lane as well. If you'd like, Councillor Littleton, we could show you in the how it is removed when it happens, when the snowfall happens, or we'd be happy to link you to the property manager or landscape company. Those are two specific examples, one that I previously owned, one that I built and is currently managed. And if we needed to go other examples in the city.
Okay, Councillor Littleton, you're finished? Okay, we'll go on to Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've indicated that the condo board can...
Right into the mic.
Thank you. You've indicated that the condo board can control short-term rentals, such as Airbnbs. What happens if, at a later stage, the condo board relaxes that requirement? Is there any way the city can enforce that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm unsure about the city's governance policies. I would look back to the city to answer that.
Okay, thank you. You've mentioned the Aspen Commons on Reichard Street in West St. Catharines. It's a very well-positioned infill. Is that affordable housing too?
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That project was not affordable housing. That was an infill development that we did. Units were sold between 430,000 to 490,000.
Okay, thank you. It's very impressive infill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Dodge, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenters. I have a couple of questions in regards to, I know that snow removal was already touched on, but what about garbage pickup and emergency vehicles?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge, thank you for your question. Kaylin, I'll address the first part, and if you want to take the second. Actually, sorry, I apologize. Why don't you go ahead with garbage?
Okay, I will speak to that through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Working with city staff after our first submission for zoning, we had a back and forth with the excuse me, fire prevention office to ensure that emergency access could be taken from Oakdale Avenue. So there's no emergency fire route required through the site. Services can be provided from Oakdale. And then to the garbage aspect, it would be similarly serviced, regionally collected at the curb.
Okay.
Thanks, Kaylin. Sorry, Councillor Dodge, I just wanted to comment. The Ontario Building Code governs the fire route access and dictates by law what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. So you're not allowed to vary the Ontario Building Code. We never would think of it or have done that. Safety is very important to us in all of our developments. This building, this development and building complies with the Ontario Building.
Okay, and then one last question. Thank you for that information. One last question. One of the presenters had said about where, because people don't have cars and stuff, they would have, you know, people maybe possibly delivering groceries and whatnot. What availability would they have for stopping and being able to do that sort of thing?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your question. The visitor parking would provide temporary space for those deliveries. There's also space at the front of the site for vehicles to make quick stops. Through the online portal for residents, there is also the option of booking services at particular times, as well as booking the visitor parking. So with that in place, residents would be able to hold those spaces for longer deliveries and ensure that that space is available for those vehicles.
Okay, and one last question to sort of follow up on that. So if you want to have a visitor come and visit you, you have to book a time for them to be able to park? Is that what you just said?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is an option through the condominium management portal. It is not something that would necessarily be required through declaration or rules. It's just something that would be put in place to ensure the management of parking and flows within the site for everybody to benefit from.
Okay.
Kaylin, can you speak to what the city requires for this number unit of building and the visitor spots ratio?
I'm just going to jump over to my handy dandy zoning for that. That's a question for staff.
Sorry, Kaylin, do you want me to direct that to Judy or
Yeah.
Charlotte? Did you want to speak to the number of visitors ratio to number of units for this building?
So we'll ask the staff at the appropriate time for that, Mr. Toth, and I could look to one of the councillors to ask the question on ratio parking. I think Councillor Miller will ask that. Okay, so
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. I'm not seeing any other further questions. Councillor Dodge, you're finished?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions of the presenters, and I just want to thank everybody for presenting. Now, Councillor Sorrento, you did have a question for the CEO of Niagara Regional Housing. I just want to make sure if there's any questions regarding the regional housing aspect of it, the question needs to be asked now, because we will not be going back to the delegates once the public meeting is closed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recognizing you, just with the background, the previous presenter had mentioned something about some residents coming off of the regional housing list to purchase approximately 30% of the 28 units. And I don't recall reading that in the report. And thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor. So I'll direct the question to Executive Director Wensheshen, and I apologize for not pronouncing your name properly. If you could speak to that, or any one of the presenters, that would be good for us to know, I think. Please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Good evening. Thank you for the question, Councillor Sorrento. Yeah, so the criteria around the down payment assistance. So Niagara Regional Housing has a program called Welcome Home Niagara, in which we give 5% down payment assistance for low income individuals to be able to purchase an affordable house. Niagara Regional Housing and you are currently working on the criteria. It will free up space to be able to move people along the wait list. We are not targeting those on the wait list. We are targeting market renters who are currently living in public housing, who are doing better. But with the lack of affordable options in Niagara, they have nowhere to move on to. And so this is giving them that step up to be able to move out of public housing, then frees up spaces for people to move into a rent geared to income unit. So we will be providing the down payment assistance for 10 of those units. And hopefully they're coming from people that are paying market rent in public housing right now.
Thank you,
That's
Don.
great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Okay.
Um,
So,
Commenting on the park, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, I can comment on the parking issue from experience.
okay, ever so briefly. Yep.
Yep, just really quickly, as you know, many of our buildings are downtown with Bethlehem Housing. And I can speak to our experience that lower income households, even working lower income households, a third to a half, closer to a third of our tenants have cars. So I just wanted to help verify that point. Somebody said theory versus practice, and might back up some of the points that Julia was referring to with parking. So I
Okay,
hope
thank
it
you.
helps.
Thank you for that, Ms. Beach. Appreciate that. Okay, so that's the end of the applicant presentation and the end of the delegations. And so I'm going to call council to order by banging the official gavel. It's finished. And I'll just look at my next questions. Can we have a motion to close the public meeting respecting an applicant to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283 subject lands 268 Oakdale Avenue, owner 2494551 Ontario Inc. Closing the public meeting, Councillor Phillips, Councillor Miller, all in favor of closing the public meeting? Okay, the meeting is closed. Discussion on the recommendation contained in this report will be held after the final public meeting schedules for this evening. So we're now going to move into 6.2, and I'm just going to look at the time that we have. And what time is the scheduled break that we need to have? 8:30 is the scheduled break. This presentation by Margaret Josipovic, Project Expert Advisor, is about 20 minutes. So what I'm going to ask is that we're going to open the public meeting. We're going to have the presentation by our staff project expediter, and then we'll take a 15-minute break. Now that is a requirement because we do have technicians here who under contract have to have that 15-minute break at that time. So we'll do this, the 15-minute break, and then we'll open the floor for delegations. That's the best that we can have at this moment in time, okay? So the purpose of this public meeting is to ensure sufficient information is available to the public to understand the recommended new community improvement plan 2020 CIP, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. Planning and Building Services held an open house and prepared a report on the new community improvement plan. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Margaret Josipovic will present for the City of St. Catharines. The public meeting will have an opportunity, and we limit the presentations to 5 minutes. If a person does not make an oral or written submission prior to the council decision, that person is not entitled to appeal the decision to the local planning appeal tribunal and may not be added as a party to the tribunal or hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. Then the staff will respond to any questions. The public meeting will be closed. And so prior to calling up Margaret Josipovic, I'm going to ask the clerk, when we had the previous one that was under the Planning Act, is this under the Planning Act as well? And is it the same rules that apply that if councilor has to leave the room? Okay. So just in terms of if you do have to leave to go to the bathroom, just note it with the clerk and then you can come back in. And we'll start with the presentation from Miss Josipovic.
There
you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Rebecca, I just need you to make me a co-host so I can share my screen. Okay, can we see that?
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I am here to present our proposed 2020 CIP. A full CIP review is a monumental undertaking, and this has been a team effort with nearly every municipal department having taken part in the review and provided their expertise. All of staff's contribution is very much appreciated, as this was a very intense and comprehensive process. I will take you through the background of the CIP in St. Catharines, the proposed changes to the plan, the proposed funding model, and staffing required to implement the plan. In line with the official plan and the strategic plan, the CIP is really one of the most important considerations a council can make regarding the future fabric and development of St. Catharines. Also, it is a significant factor in the implementation of the pandemic economic recovery strategy and our 2017 housing action plan. So a CIP allows the city to offer financial incentive programs to the private sector. This allows us to stimulate investment in projects that support local community renewal objectives and strategies. We've had a CIP in place since 2004. It was actually one of the first CIPs in Ontario. And the 2004 CIP was reviewed and amended in 2015 with the establishment of the 2015 CIP. Since then, our well-established suite of programs has resulted in an approval of 98 projects, 280 permanent jobs, 2,100 dwelling units, and just shy of 400 million in assessment increase. So what does an assessment increase really do for the city? One, it allows the city to either keep budgets the same and lower taxes, or it allows the city to raise budgets without raising taxes. To give you an example, let's say that the city sets a budget of $300. Brian, Samir, and Sabrina each pay $100 in property tax to cover this budget. One year, Brian decides that he's going to invest and redevelop his property. His assessment then goes up. So the city has two options. The first is to keep the budget the same at that $300. Because Brian's assessment has gone up, his taxes go up to $150 from the 100. But Samir and Sabrina's taxes actually end up going down because of this. The second option would be for the city to increase the budget to $350 without raising Sabrina and Samir's taxes because Brian's have gone up with his assessment. So this map shows the approved tax incentives since 2004. As you can see, most are located in the downtown and in Merton. And I'll give you a couple examples. So 26 Wellington pre-development, and after you have a 4-story 28-unit condo downtown with the assessment increases shown in the corner. 38 Lincoln Avenue pre-development and post-development 3-story 49-unit apartment building. 136 James pre-development and post-development 7-story 53-unit apartment. 143 Moffat Street. It's a 43-unit townhouse development in Merton. 344 Glendale, the redevelopment of the former industrial site to the Keg. And 271 Merritt, the redevelopment of the old Lipster Mill into the Stone Mill Hotel, restaurant, and commercial units. Here we have the properties that have participated in our facade grants program and a couple examples on the following slides. All Figure and Verity, Larissa Brodsky, Craft Arts Market, Subway, Rise Above, Second Dance, Touch of India, and then Mate Cafe all the way through the former Leonard Hotel. So as previously mentioned, the city has had a CIP in place since 2004, and it was reviewed and amended in 2015. In March of 2019, Council directed staff to pause the 2015 CIP and undertake a comprehensive review. This slide outlines the 4 priority areas of focus of the proposed 2020 CIP. Council and staff felt that it was very imperative that affordable housing was addressed in the 2020 CIP. Direct funding related to reducing homelessness, emergency shelters, supportive and transitional housing is beyond the scope of the city and the CIP, but it should be noted that the creation of affordable units in one part of the housing continuum does relieve pressure from other sections. Mixed use is one of the main focus points of the city's official plan. Mixed use allows for more compact built form that creates residential units that are accessible to services and amenities. Heritage properties have never been individually considered in a CIP program, although the city has offered minor grants for heritage restoration through a separate program. We have a rich concentration of properties with significant heritage value, particularly in the downtown core. Brownfield remediation remains a key focus for the 2020 CIP, as it's imperative that the city partner with the private sector to remediate and redevelop former industrial and commercial sites. So these icons are used throughout the presentation, and they were also in the staff report. They demonstrate which areas of focus each types of grant and incentive directly address. So in addition to those priority areas of focus, we also reviewed the following matters: maximizing value, administration and staffing, application uptake, process certainty, eligibility and ranking criteria, alignment with the official plan and the strategic plan, long-term sustainability, phasing, and retroactive approvals. Our project timeline is shown on this slide. In June of 2019, we conducted background research, which included analysis of best practices and incentives from about 20 Ontario municipalities, a couple out west, and some from the United States. We found that the city remained a leader in Ontario in the area of CIPs, with many of the municipalities we looked at having actually leveraged our model for their plan. The majority of municipalities provided tax incentives and simple grants, such as facade grants. In September of 2019, we held our first public information session. We introduced the review process, we requested feedback, and affordable housing and lack of certainty in the CIP approval process were the two main themes of the comments received. In October 2019, we had our first draft of the 2020 CIP. In November 2019, we held stakeholder consultation. We met with the Niagara Region, Niagara Regional Housing, nonprofit housing providers, and members of the development community. December 2019, we held our second public information session. The first draft was presented. It was generally well received, with particular support for the proposed delegated approval proposal and a more robust and transparent scoring system. In December 2019, we had the second draft of the 2020 CIP, and then in January, held a council workshop. Staff intended to bring the 2020 CIP to council in April. However, corporate timelines and priorities of all projects were affected due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So before going into detail of each type of incentive, I want to give a general overview of the key changes between the 2015 and 2020 CIPs. So anything in blue has been amended, green is our new programs or initiatives, and red has been removed. So the Brownfield Tax Increment Finance Program, the BTIF, and the Tax Increment Finance Program, the TIF, are the most substantial incentives that the city offers. What it is a percentage of the rebate of the difference of pre to post development taxes for up to 10 years. So for the TIF, that involves only redevelopment, it is 45 to 65% rebate. And for the BTIF, which is redevelopment and remediation, it is 80 to 95% rebate. That extra percentage is for developments that have affordable housing components. So to give you an example, if the pre-development taxes of a development were $1,000 per year and post-development taxes were $10,000 per year, the difference or tax increment is $9,000. The incentive that would be calculated would be done by taking that tax increment, the $9,000, and multiplying it by the percentage rebate. So in this case, 45%. So the applicant would be getting $4,050 per year for up to 10 years. So this slide outlines the biggest improvements and changes that we made to the TIF and BTIF. The core change is the altering of the scoring criteria. The 2015 scoring criteria acted only as a ranking tool, and the proposed 2020 scoring criteria detailed a component evaluation of the merits of each individual project, and it also provides the ability to rank projects against each other. Heritage, affordable housing, remediation, and mixed use were all added as major factors in the scoring criteria. We also created separate criteria for properties located in the downtown, as those located in the rest of the urban area had priorities that were different. Tiered rebates were added to provide higher incentives for projects with affordable housing components. Retroactivity was allowed for phased large projects because typically the cleanup is completed at the beginning and then we have subsequent phases coming after. However, this doesn't mean that already remediated properties can now come forward and apply for a BTIF. A maximum 5% variance of the estimated MPAC assessment was included to ensure projects did not come in much higher than budgeted for. And staff are proposing delegated approval of the TIF and BTIF applications. These have traditionally gone to council for approval. We thought it would allow for more efficient administration of the 2020 CIP by removing the need to collaborate on reports and meetings. A maximum per project limit of $150,000 is proposed for the staff approval, and a total yearly maximum that doesn't compromise the funding plan for CIP. Any project that exceeds either of these parameters would then go to council for approval. So the changes to the scoring criteria have resulted in eligibility requirement that should disqualify most projects that don't have some types of significant costs that are related to remediation, heritage, mixed use, or affordable housing, or some combination of these components. The 2004 CIP and 2015 CIPs encouraged development. The 2020 CIP is trying to encourage specific priority types and scales of development. So the two pie charts are meant to display the differences in value of each eligibility criteria from 2015 to 2020. As you can see on the left, to make up 30%, which would give eligibility to a project, You really only have to have redevelopment as one aspect and a little bit of another category, maybe density or location or lot size. In 2020, where you require 50% of the chart on the right, remediation alone is not enough to qualify. You need to combine several other quality factors to be able to qualify. The importance of value-added factors, so these are the sustainability, urban design, accessibility, and public realm, is also increased in this scenario. Projects that are close can improve their design in quality to qualify. In the old plan, nothing really incentivized applicants to put more emphasis on sustainability or urban design. So staff created a unique core housing or affordable housing definition and requirement that best fits the needs of the citizens of St. Catharines. Niagara Region and Niagara Regional Housing provided the following table outlining the households that are in need for core housing in 4 income brackets. Staff believe that the CIP should focus on the 4th, highlighted in red, income bracket. We do recognize that the majority of the households in need fall into the first 3 income brackets, but it is unrealistic for the municipality to provide enough of an incentive through a CIP for a developer to not only construct but operate units at these costs. The monthly housing cost outlined in the table above is an average. To ensure that the number is fairly represented, staff propose also to consider the average rent per unit type as outlined by CMHC in the table at the bottom. So staff have added an adjustment of an additional 10% to account for a delay in data gathering, publication, and the lack of the secondary rental market inclusion. We can't realistically expect any significant and sustained affordable housing trends without an incentive program in place. And if we do solve that last bracket for all 372 households in need in St. Catharines, it will be an incredible accomplishment, and we can adjust our requirements after that. So the Brownfield Tax Assistance Program, the BTA, is a rebate of 100% of taxes for up to 3 years during remediation. This is prior to development, while the BTIF and TIF incentives are related to post-development. So the BTA was amended to better align the program with its intentions. A minimum lot area was established to ensure that only larger, more difficult sites are eligible, and we removed the opportunity to stack the incentive with the Brownfield Tax Increment Financing Program, the BTIF. The Residential Office Conversion Program, the ROC, was removed as there was little uptake in the program and it never really achieved its intentions. The premise of the grant was to convert vacant space to usable square footage, but it was very difficult to judge why a unit was vacant in the first place and whether it was successful post-renovation. So the facade program has been an incredible success in the downtown, and as such, we are proposing to expand the area of eligible properties in other key corridors throughout the city, and I'll show you those on a couple following slides. The number of eligible facades was also increased. For example, we have corner lots on St. Paul Street that have several public-facing facades. They're rear facades, and they also may be front onto one of the Meridian bridges. Submission criteria was cleaned up to make it easier for applicants to submit. An additional $5,000 was added to the $10,000 grant if the property was listed or designated, and the project involved conservation or restoration work because we recognize that heritage best practices do cost more. There's more use of high quality traditional materials and specialized craftspeople. Hard landscaping was also added as an eligible cost. So part of the areas that we've expanded up Ontario Street and Lake Street in downtown. Facer Street was included from Niagara to Grantham. Merritt Street from Wadsworth to Glendale, and the core of Port Dalhousie. So the Accessory Dwelling Unit Program, the ADU, this is a new grant that is intended to support a greater mix of housing types and increase the availability of affordable rental accommodation. So the ADU provides existing homeowners with an incentive to create more affordable density, which is hoping to help address the limited housing stock issue. It's a $20,000 grant to a maximum of 70% of eligible costs to retrofit or construct interior or exterior accessory dwelling units. And the principal dwelling must be at least 5 years old to be eligible. So the financial implications, how are we going to fund these grants and incentives? First, we're going to take a look at the funding for the tax incentives, so the BTIFs and the TIFs. So when the 2015 CIP was adopted, staff proposed a funding formula for tax incentives to help ensure that the CIP remained financially sustainable. The formula has been successful, and we're proposing some minor revisions to it to ensure future consistency and sustainability. We have created a detailed reserve schedule that ranges from 2021 to 2035, as 2035 is the approximate date to which the city is committed with current approvals. It's shown as Appendix 5 of the staff report. This schedule shows the estimated annual budget required to fund the level of commitment by year. To give you an idea of how the funding plan works, I've outlined the 2021 budget breakdown on this slide. So the annual CIP tax incentive budget is the sum of the base amount and the payment factor for that year. So the base amount is a principal amount that's added to the reserve on a yearly basis. This is proposed to increase gradually every year to adjust for inflation. In 2021, the base amount is approximately 1.1 million. The payment factor is a percentage of the total tax incentive payments for that year and the total approvals for that year. So in 2021, the payment factor is approximately 92,000. Together, this makes for 1.25 million in budget contribution for 2021. The idea behind this method is that the annual contribution to the CIP reserve is directly tied to the scale of payouts and approvals for that year. So if you're taking more money out of the reserve, you're putting more money in, and vice versa. Because of the timing of the CIP and the budget process, this proposed budget allocation has been included in the draft budget for 2021. So the schedule that we've come up with estimates $150,000 in new approvals each year. This includes an assumption of 2 large-scale projects of $400,000 each in 2025 and 2030. This ensures that the funding model can accommodate larger scale projects that would make a significant impact on the budget. By including them in the assumption now, the budget won't take such a dramatic hit when and if those projects are approved. Examples of what scales of approvals could occur in a year are shown on this slide. Staff have designed this as a conservative budget to anticipate a maximum yearly payout. In reality, the scale of projects, the number of approvals will fluctuate year by year, and fewer approvals in one year can offset more approvals in the next. So this graph shows you how the total annual CIP budget contribution will gradually go up from 2021 to 2035. So one of the factors that impacts the CIP reserve is funding from rescinded projects. So we are proposing the creation of an affordable housing reserve fund from rescinded CIP approvals. So rather than decreasing future CIP contributions, the already committed funding for a project would be moved to an affordable housing reserve to be available for other initiatives that typically wouldn't be covered under a CIP. So the financial implications of the simple grants. So these are the facade improvement grants and the accessory dwelling units. So since the adoption of the 2015 CIP, the city has budgeted $100,000 per year for the facade grant. Originally, we had intended to request an increase to this annual simple budget grant so as not to negatively impact the successful downtown facade grant with the expansion of the eligible areas. But due to the budgetary constraints of COVID-19 and the reality that very few businesses will be in a position within the next year to invest in their actual buildings, staff are recommending that the simple grant budget be phased in. So we are asking for $60,000 to be approved in the 2021 budget and then intended to gradually increase by $60,000 over the next 2 years. Again, this has already been included in the 2021 budget for draft purposes. Staffing and administration. So prior to 2013, PBS had a dedicated staff person to administer the CIP, the Community Renewal Coordinator. So funding for this position was eliminated as part of corporate staff restructuring, but given the amount of processing and accuracy required for the distribution of large incentive amounts, staff are recommending approval of a full-time Community Renewal Coordinator. To minimize the impact on the budget, the funding formula shown on the screen is proposed. 2021 is to be funded fully from the CIP reserve, with the amount decreasing by 25% in each subsequent year. Even if we stopped approving all CIP applications, the municipality is committed until approximately 2035. And it is vital that we have a dedicated staff member to manage the $20 million commitment budget. The region of Niagara is currently undergoing a review of their incentive programs. Traditionally, the region has provided a matching grant to incentive funding. They have said that until the review is complete, they will be only supporting grants under the parameters of the 2015 CIP. So what this means for us is that if we approve, for example, a TIF with an affordable housing component, therefore for us it would be a rebate of 65%, the region will match up to the original 45% as outlined in the 2015 CIP. So to summarize, staff are recommending approval of the 2020 CIP, tax incentive funding plan approval, the BTIF and TIF delegated approvals, the ADU delegated approval, the community renewal coordinator position, simple grant budget approval of 60,000, creation of an affordable housing reserve, and preparation of necessary bylaws. I recognize that that was a great deal of information, but it is a very complex subject matter and a very impactful decision that's before council. A community improvement plan is an incredibly powerful tool to not only stimulate development, but to affect true community renewal and neighborhood revitalization. This is particularly important as the public and private sector try to go down the road of recovery from the pandemic. The impacts of a CIP are both qualitative and quantitative. The $10,000 facade grant can have a profound effect on the quality of the public realm in a downtown and can provide new businesses with confidence to invest in the area. And a brownfield tax incentive can not only result in cleanup of contaminated sites, but can then stimulate the developer to further invest in the community with additional projects. The weight of a CIP approval goes far beyond the amount of financial incentive to the developer and the length of payout. It can encourage additional investment on surrounding lands, create a positive economic impact for local businesses, and it can have a transformational effect on neighboring community that lasts generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Josipovic. So that'll be it for, we're at the 8:32, so right on time. So we are now going to take a mandatory 15-minute break, and I'll start the clock. So if we could be back in here at 8:45, and then we'll start with the delegations in person. Thank you very much. You know the tides. That's all right. Thank you very much. Council is back in session. We are now starting with the in-person delegations related to the Community Improvement Plan 2020, and we'll have our first speaker coming up, who is Ray Denk, who will be coming to the first podium. Welcome, Mr. Denk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Well, actually, the previous matter was quite instructive in a way, and I commend the developer for using his own money. That's what I would expect the Chamber of Commerce to be behind, because the nature of the CIP is we just got a presentation with respect to the amount of money that was being put in the reserve. Now that money's being put in that reserve by us, the taxpayers. So when we talk about the CIP, it really comes down to a matter of terms. It's really a private property improvement program. We've been told the GM site is private property many times, nothing we can do. Certainly the first part's true. That site was contaminated by businesses that made a profit for over 100 years. And that responsibility to clean it up could not be borne by contributions to the CIP, which is to say the taxpayers. Some council members have stated many times, polluters must pay. That's what they say. Their actions indicate taxpayers must pay. And I disagree with that. But I do want to start out with some good news. When the last reconsideration motion was defeated, it was predicted that it would be a disaster for the real estate market. Well, fortunately, I did not follow that advice. And a year later, I'm happy I didn't. It's been a splendid year. We're going to have development in St. Catharines, whether we subsidize it or not. Pressure is on, and that development is going to continue. What else? Private property. And also, we need to impose some limits. Some CIPs would be appropriate. With respect to affordable housing, I'm totally for that outcome. With respect to the previous applicant, not a CIP, but there's nothing to prevent anyone having bought real estate from selling it. And eventually the market force will take place and those units will be flipped at market rate. It's inevitable. So let's not waste money to just subsidize. This gentleman made a pretty effective presentation, but it wasn't really, businesses are not in business to improve the net worth of their customers. They're in their business to improve their own net worth. And that's fine. That's good business, but that's not our business. Okay, and then another thing is with respect to applicants for CIP. There was a successful CIP application with respect to a condo development in Port Dalhousie, and there was a public good. That was the Legion. Now, there's a lot of talk about what debt we owe our veterans, but this is a tangible representation of that. And therefore, I'd say it did create a community improvement. With respect to the other application, it's all private property. We're not getting inside those private condos. The community will not benefit from the money we pay out. Hopefully that's a dead issue. And then with respect to the proposed new personnel relative to the managing the CIP, I think with respect to the smaller ones and the staff approval on a cap of 150,000, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But when there's millions of dollars involved, political pressures apply. And the staff has agreed with just about everything the direction, the political direction. They work in City Hall, and it's a good idea to agree with the boss. So we see a pretty consistent, when I say pretty consistent, I say 100% consistent agreement on this matter. So then again, with respect to how it's presented to the public, the first thing the last applicant did was to have a grand opening on a radio station, their local radio station. Thereafter, there were no negative words with respect to him getting millions of dollars. I would expect that the radio announcer would represent their conflict of interest. They're reporting on their boss, people that are supplying money to them. Likewise, the print media. They've been hurt hard. It's not what it used to be. Kijiji took all their advertising for classifieds, and nobody's getting the newspaper anymore. What's left? The real estate market. And there's no negative words for them either. Likewise, Facebook and Google ads are taken out by applicants, which skew public opinion in the direction of them getting this free money.
Okay, you're
Also,
at the 5-minute mark, so can you wrap up?
Okay, well, the CIP benefit can also be assigned to anyone else, so it's a commodity. We pay it out, they sell it, and there's nothing, and we're just contributing to the private bank accounts of individual developers. I'd hate to end up like, and one good news to wrap it up, a quote from a female politician, Betty DeCero. She said on the radio, developers were trying to get control of the zoning and city council, and she felt that she had corrected that problem. Now that's what I would call demonstrating leadership. Thank you. Any questions?
Actually, that would be me asking any questions. So thank you very much for your presentation. Any
All
questions of the presenter? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Denk, for your presentation. A couple of questions on some of the things you said. Do I understand that you're not necessarily against all CIP, but for example, that you would support some that is tied to affordable housing?
I would. I'd be very, if we gave 85 or 95% to the GM site, it would have disastrous financial consequences. We're talking about almost 7 million a year ago, which is to say well over 7 million now with the inflated cost of real estate. That was for a site of an acre or so. We got 55 acres over there. 95% tax discount on that is hundreds of millions of dollars. This will be borne by contributions to the CIP fund as described in the presentation earlier, which is to say that will be borne by St. Catharines taxpayers. That must be avoided.
Thank you. And second question, you said that you had no trouble with staff approving 150,000. I assume you mean 150,000 for the life of the project? Like in other
That's
words,
correct.
150,000 per
Well,
year for 10 years.
No, sir, for the entire project. And furthermore, these CIPs started out with facade improvements at $20,000 per grant. And then they've ballooned up to over 7 million for a single project with no public benefit whatsoever. I'd propose that with respect to a condo project like that, very desirable location, each individual condo member pay another 25,000 bucks. It's covered, the end, keep moving. They're the ones that are going to enjoy that property, not the public.
Thank you. And one last question through you, Mr. Mayor. You brought up a point that's an interesting concept. Essentially, you were talking about transferability, saying that if somebody got this grant, it could be tied to that specific owner of the project and shouldn't be able to flip it or sell it to somebody else.
Well, of course, if you look at the text of the document, you'll see that the recipient can give it to anyone else, which is implication of which is they can also sell it to anyone else. Therefore, our tax contributions into the CIP reserve then become a saleable commodity, which is not the intention of this program. It becomes I had a very eloquent and intelligent ally on this matter the last time around, if you remember. He's kind of been neutralized on the subject for whatever reason. In any case, it's inescapable. It is a benefit taken from the vast majority of the population and awarded to a very tiny few who also happen to be very wealthy. And that is not the intention. If I was a developer, I'd call this a very compassionate city, that's for sure.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Actually, Councillor Garcia, who's very intelligent, had the same questions I had. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Dank, thank you for coming in today and speaking. I just, you had mentioned the GM site, and in your vision, we know it's going to need some assistance from the city regardless. And this polluter pays thing is, it's great, but it's also butterflies and rainbows to expect a former big company to come back and pay for any pollution or damage they've caused. We, as a city, do you believe that we have to act on this site sooner, or are you willing as a resident to wait 15 or 20 years to see any type of action on this property?
Well, with respect to 15 or 20 years, that's complete speculation on your part. So I won't answer the question on that basis because it's not based in any actual reality.
Well,
However,
it is. Sorry, miss, I'm just going to interrupt though.
Well, the 15 or 20 years business, that's just something that's just your idea of what it might be. I'd say that Ms. Stevens hit the nail on the head when saying there has to be a discussion Ontario-wide with respect to the funding of mitigation of brownfield site. And I know it's a touchy subject with respect to imagining GM pay for the damage they caused, but it seems perfectly logical to me. And if that was the direction we took, I'd say we've wasted already 10 years. If it's a 15-year time cycle, 10 years have been wasted not pursuing the persons that caused the damage.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Dankin. I appreciate you assuming that it's speculation. I will let you know I did do my research. A similar sized piece of property, just so you know, in Kingston, took 46 years to get any type of action on the property. So thank you for the questions.
I'd say I wouldn't have much confidence in the political structure in Kingston then. And also, I think times are changing in that respect, especially with respect to environmental.
Davis Tannery site, I'll let you look it up. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Dank. I don't see any further questions, so I'll be asking you to
Okay, thank you.
Finish up. Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Hank Beekes.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for this opportunity and to speak to you in person about the proposed draft CIP program. I have read the report and I've attended every public meeting. I've shared my specific comments with you and the staff previously. However, given the 5 minutes that I have, I'll directly try to speak to you about the underlying assumptions, myths, and philosophy of an incentive program like the CIP. I am not opposed in principle to a taxpayer-funded incentive program per se, but feel that when this much taxpayers' dollars are at stake, it should be transparent, limited, and specifically targeted. They should be judged by City Council on a case-by-case basis on merit so that it does not become another institutionalized corporate welfare program. At what point, the question you need to ask is, at what point does an incentive become a subsidy? I don't blame businesses for asking. If it's there, I'm sure most of us would ask for it, but that doesn't legitimize it at all. As a taxpayer, I have no interest in becoming just another revenue line on a standard developer spreadsheet. This problem is systemic, and we need to take a hard look at our priorities. The philosophy that growth is as measured in building permits, budget sizes, and dollar turnover are not the only measurements we should be using to measure the happiness and well-being of our residents, nor does it justify ongoing subsidy. I have listened closely to the arguments in favor of CIP, and here's a few of them. This is not real money.
I've heard that from developers, because you don't have it yet. And the presumption is, without any evidence, that without CIP, you won't get any development in the city. Taken on its own, that is a sad comment on the state of private business. If your business cannot function without public funding, we have a much larger problem. It is also patently false. If there is a market for the product, it will be built with or without CIP. If I seek to buy a luxury condo on the lakefront for $1 million, a variation of $50,000 one way or the other would have no influence on my decision. The target market is folks coming from Toronto who sell their suburban bungalows for $1.5 million, or those in the city who wish to downsize and have good pensions. I have little sympathy. The purchase of $1 million waterfront condo will not be a deterrent for either of them. Where is the evidence that this growth would not have occurred anyway? The recent regional KPMG study doesn't seem to think so. And certainly assuming that all growth is as a result of CIP is really a red herring. That this is not real money is also false. Once the condo owner sends his tax dollars to City Hall, it becomes public funds. The rebate checks issued to developers over the 10-year period is real cash. The city has choices in terms of how to spend it, and luxury condos is not where the need is. There has not been an outbreak of homelessness among the wealthy that I'm aware of. Keep in mind that the costs of all the staff time and the needed infrastructure improvements fall on the current budget. The second argument runs a little bit like this. When individuals sell their homes, and it was pointed out earlier by the Chamber of Commerce, I agree with the fact that affordable housing is a huge need. I certainly wouldn't argue that. I think with the last project that was discussed here earlier this evening, it's more about location than it is about the concept. What those numbers prove to you, though, is that it means that fully half of the citizens fall below the median and have little chance at home ownership. They're forced to rent. There's a reason why we have 23,000 people on the waiting list for affordable housing. Given the average rental rate in the city, many of them can't afford that either. The question you need to ask is, why are we spending taxpayers' dollars for those who don't need it? This is the stark reality, and it's not good. The road to financial stability for most of us has always been through home ownership, and to face a future where everyone is a renter is a bleak one indeed. The third argument is that developers say the building sites are too contaminated and too difficult to develop. It's not that this isn't real, but the question needs to be asked, whose responsibility is that? Should that not be reflected in the value and the price of the properties that they purchase? They know exactly what the difficulties are. There are no surprises for an experienced developer. The real problem is that all of us have become rather greedy, and the gap between what properties sell for and what they are really worth is increasing. It should not fall to the taxpayer to bail out every development. Few want to deal with the fact that there are risks. Banks and developers, planners and architects who are all on billable hours are complicit in this problem as values increase with these expenditures, even though nothing really changes. Are we simply not contributing to the increase of the price of land? Further, making CIP fully transferable will only turn CIP into a saleable asset similar to any OMB decision or a bylaw amendment. I am personally tired of developers who overpay for property and then complain about the difficulty of developing and dumping that on you and on the taxpayer. What we end up doing is treating our bylaws as the floor, not the ceiling. It is a systemic problem that is part of the cycle that everyone appears trapped in. Nobody has real skin in the game, so it falls upon the taxpayer as the funder of last resort. The fourth argument is, well, everyone's doing it, so we have to do it too. This is what I call the lemmings argument. Is no one else disturbed by the fact that various communities, even in the same region, are using taxpayers' dollars to compete with one another? The reason there's not a bigger outcry by the public on this issue is merely because most of them don't know about it. For example, do St. Catharines residents know or understand that a portion of their property tax base will be spent building luxury condos on the lake in both Port Dalhousie and Port Colborne by a regional matching process. I highly doubt it. Finally, the plan as it is today is too open-ended, both in terms of areas covered and in the amounts achievable. This means there are no caps, which can lead to multi-million-dollar tax rebates. Shouldn't there be some caps involved in this? Should the qualifications not be capped at the median home price or the median rental rate or some other limitation? The city repeatedly tells us they have no money to spare for the community. We need to refocus on the common good, not subsidize those who can afford it. It's all about choices we make. Programs like CIP take away funds from many other very worthwhile and more minor projects which contribute to the immediate well-being and quality of the whole community. When badly needed infrastructure projects need to be postponed or resident initiatives are nixed, it's the community that pays the price.
Okay, I'll just ask you to wrap up now.
With the COVID pandemic, the city will need every dollar it can, and we need to spend it wisely. We must focus more on sustainability and rehabilitation of what we already have than growth at any cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vikas. Looking for any quick, Councillor Miller, question?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Begas. I thank you for the presentation. I certainly agree with much of what you said. Certainly the general thrust and philosophy of what you were touching on. Specifically though, with regards, and I agree with you in terms of CIP I agree with the KPMG report that maybe it's not a catalyst for development. Do you believe that it could be, instead of spurring development and making development, a catalyst to modify development so that a developer who might not have otherwise added something like affordable housing might add that to their project? Do you see that as a likely scenario?
Well, I'm certainly, I was happy to see the fact that affordable housing and heritage preservation was added to the program. And I think, you know, things like the GM lands are going to be a major thing. And I don't have any problem with some public funds going there. But on something like as big as the GM project, for example, to me, it's the reason that developers can't do those projects is not to do with cash. It has to do with the gap between what the value that's there and the value that it could have. The 2014 study done for the city said that urban property in the city is worth between $1 million and $1.5 million an acre. That means that property has the potential to be worth $70 million. It was bought for 12. They auctioned off a great deal of stuff, and who knows how much that netted them, right? And let's say it cost another 30 million. That means they've got 45 million invested, right? On a piece that's worth 70. There is no reason, in my view, why we need to add CIP funds in cash. I think provincial loan guarantees, you know, even interest-free loans are certainly would be my preference before we start spending actual taxpayers' dollars.
So do you, sticking with the GM site, because certainly that's the biggest and most noticeable in the city, if it meant, a CIP meant, instead of just a housing project of any description, it meant getting 10 or 15% of the units on any new site, would that be, do you think, an appropriate or acceptable use of public money?
Well, I think, like I said, affordable housing to me, I mean, the last project I think is a great project. It may just be in the wrong place.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And thanks again.
Thanks, Councillor Miller. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Bekas, for an excellent presentation. I agree with my colleague, Councillor Miller, that you made some very good points. Excuse me for not looking at you, but I'm told I have to look at the face the microphone or you won't hear me okay. If I understand you correctly, following up of what Councillor Miller asked, you're not necessarily against all CIP, but you believe that something that generates affordable housing unit should be acceptable?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the need for affordable housing in this area, and the chamber said that as well. The average home that's selling for $458,000 in St. Catharines. The average salary is just around 30 in terms of income, or a family at 77,000. Anybody who advises them to buy a median income to buy a median home has a fool for a financial advice. It doesn't work. We're in deep trouble, I think, and I agree with that.
Thank you very much. And one other question, you made a very interesting point, if I caught it correctly. You feel that any kind of CIP program, regardless of amount, should be judged by and approved by City Council?
Well, I mean, it depends a lot on how minor it is, in my view. But when you start talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars per year of expenditures, I think that's a council responsibility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. I got Councillor Williamson and Councillor Porter.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Bacus. You raised the issue of the fact that the region is still involved in matching the money, which that results in us, I guess, picking up a third of projects, not only here in St. Catharines, but elsewhere across the region.
Well, I think that's certainly not a very transparent thing to the public. I mean, it's a huge amount of money, and I think that you know, and in my own experience, in terms of the Harbor Club development, for example, that was, I think, rightfully turned down by council. If you look at the history of the subsidies that have gone into that site, it's ridiculous. You know, going back as far as 1991, when Al Unwin was I'm a historian by nature, that's why I look at this stuff. But Al Unwin, our councillor at the time, bought the sale of a building or of a 0.85 acres because of development for $20,000, which even at that time was cheap, especially when the city was renting it for $8,000. Then there was a program, or part of the deal was that they were going to provide 23 parking spaces. Well, that was never registered on title. So all 23 parking spaces, if I ask staff today, they're going to tell me it's going to cost us $400,000. We have no money. Well, it's just evaporated because it was sold in 2017 to Harbor Club for $6 million, which is a huge increase in value, more than any homeowner had in that period. I mean, we end up with subsidies upon subsidies. And then when the staff came with the 3.4 million, and you match that with region, he only paid $6 million for it. So the subsidy outstripped the price of the property. I mean, at a certain point, there's got to be some limits to this stuff.
You're referring to the property that was the spillway for the third Welland Canal beside, was Welland Canal federal land that the city, I guess, must have obtained at some point. You're talking about that parcel?
Yeah, I'm talking about the parcel to the north of the actual heritage structure.
Thank you. What are your thoughts? One of the ways that CIP is being sold to us here tonight is that it's some kind of a rescue for getting us out of the economic malaise of the coronavirus shutdown. And as you articulated, where the money's going, do you think that this will in some way assist us coming out of this situation?
I think it's, at the end of the day, it's all driven by the economic. It's all going to be driven by, it doesn't really matter. I think a lot of the subsidy, we very easily, when we institutionalize something like this, it's no longer an incentive. If I say I give you $1 million to do something and I want something very specific, that's an incentive. If I have a program that's applicable citywide, and it's automatic and it's just administered, you've got a corporate welfare program. That's all you can call it, because people could use it and abuse it any way they want.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, you mentioned, I don't know if this is quite relevant, but you mentioned the cost per acre of land in St. Catharines being $1 million. I've never seen that. Could you tell me where you the value, where you got that valuation from?
I got that from the 2014 hotel study that was done by the city, and which said that land was about $1 million an acre, and that was in 2014. I'm assuming with the inflation factor, it's somewhere between $1 million and $1.5 million.
Okay. I'm looking at prime greenfield real estate in St. Catharines, and it's not that at all. It's probably about a third of that. So I just wanted to bring that up. And then we have requests on us from the community to build affordable housing and to clean up brownfields. And the community wants us to make that a priority. How would you propose that we fund cleaning up brownfields or building affordable housing? Or I know that heritage is important to you. How could City Council fund these kinds of projects in any other sustainable way besides a CIP?
Well, I think for particularly for heritage buildings, it may be appropriate in the sense of, if I look at it, but then it should be within the heritage building, not the new build that is being built beside it that's even larger than the heritage building. I don't think you should be able to leverage some of this stuff into larger and larger projects.
But you'd be in favor of a partial CIP for a building that included some heritage restoration and preservation, even though it does have an add-on?
Well, I think it depends. It depends on the add-on. I mean, I think personally, I think I've expressed that to you as well, that it's a lot cleaner just to give a grant rather than go through these complicated processes, which are not as transparent as they ought to be, and the public doesn't know what's being spent.
Thank you. Where would we get the money for these grants that you would propose?
Well, I'm assuming that a lot of these projects are going to be built without CIP. So there is going to be, especially with the pressures that we have right now. I mean, if you look at the demographic studies that the region, or that has been done for the greater Horseshoe area, they're saying a lot more people are going to be moving to this area. So a lot of that growth is going to take place naturally. I think it's a question of budgeting for it. I'd rather do that than have these complex formulas. It's a lot cleaner.
So some kind of, we would project future growth and then budget from that is what you would think. My other question is, how do we clean up brownfields? How do you propose we would clean up brownfields and build affordable housing in the way that the community is asking us to do?
Well, I think first of all, like if I look at the GM land, which is in your ward, it's to me, that's something that you're going to need probably the province and the feds to participate in. But like I said, the value, you have to figure out what the value is when it's all clean, right?
Sure.
And then
so
you have, and I know that, you know, I think I sent you the 2014 study. And that's where I got the numbers from. So this is prime urban land. All that land along the 12-mile creek is going to be absolutely prime land.
So there's no provincial funding for brownfield remediation because that hasn't been in existence for the last 4 or 5 years. I think the last Liberal government had done away with that, and there's no indication that any would come back. So what would the city do without any provincial or likely federal support for something like this? We're sort of left to our own devices.
Well, I mean, I think the mayor is quite capable of approaching the province on that. I think this GM property is a property that the entire province has been, and the entire country, quite frankly, has benefited from. And If it's going to fall to the taxpayer and we can't get anything out of General Motors, then I think it takes more than the city to be able to develop that property.
So most municipalities over the past 20 years have come towards the same kind of programs for brownfields. I think most municipalities in Ontario have kind of arrived at a CIP, and it's almost like a best practice. Are you saying that we should be looking at something else?
Well, what I'm saying is that the thing has to be cleaned up first. That's where you start. And then you know what the value is. And at some point, maybe the property is too large to develop at once. If you leave it at 55 acres, it's going to take you 10 years before anything's built on that property anyway, simply because of the complexities. So, you know, at some point, once it's clean, it can be parceled out. Smaller builders can get involved and work on pieces of it. I think that's probably easier. And they can sell it at market value once it's clean.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for presenting. I just want to say, I think we'd be hard pressed to ask the provincial government to give us one-time funding for this when there's brownfields all across the province. And I think the provincial government did look at our CIP program and thought it was good. And I think there would be an expectation that we would have our own program before going to them and asking for them for something as well. Although I do think we should certainly try. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. And I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Bekas, for your presentation. Very much appreciated.
Yeah.
And next up, we have Mr. Ed Smith, who will be presenting on the last podium on the outside there.
Thank you, council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. All the protocols of this meeting are respected. But first of all, I want to thank everybody involved for the opportunity to meet with you face to face. I know it wasn't an easy decision for council to make. I think it was the right decision, and I just want to acknowledge that. So let me begin my remarks by congratulating all of those involved in this, the preparation of the draft document. In my estimation, it's a giant leap in the direction that we need to be going. But having said that, there are some areas that I would like to speak critically about, because I think it is critical input that's important. The number one point to me is lack of a guiding preamble in the document. So in my experience, a document that takes on issues as complex and as important as a CIP is to this city, it can be made better through a preamble. It can be made much better through a preamble. Sorry. With the inclusion of a preamble that clearly defines why the document exists and what it should do, and it should define that in no sparing terms, it will provide and achieve, it will provide the language to help the city achieve what it is we really intend the CIP program to achieve. Preambles are highly important in circumstances where there is doubt or even suspicion on the merits of an application. Council can be guided by a well-written preamble in making their decision, and in doing so can avoid problematic situations. We do not have to look very far back, find a spot that we were all in where there was division and angst caused in the decision-making process within the CIP process. I believe that a well-written preamble would have avoided much of that grief. Preambles can help measure the success of the program as well. We citizens want to know that if we're getting behind the CIP, it's achieving what we all thought it was going to be achieving when we adopted it. Smart people with money will always find loopholes in any policies, and they'll try to employ the letter of the law to gain advantages that were never intended by the policy. Well-written preamble gives the council all the reasoning it needs to reject an application if it does not comply with the intent of the program. strong preamble and a council that acts in good faith. And I want to stress this point. I believe we have a council that acts in good faith. I don't agree with everything that you guys do, but I do agree with the fact that everything you do is in good faith. If we have a strong preamble and a council that acts in good faith, that's all it takes to close loopholes. My number 2 point, council has to have the hammer on the decision-making in the CIP program. The CIP must be seen as a system with a direct accountability to citizens. Only council is accountable to citizens, staff is not. The CIP is a giveaway of our tax dollars, and it's arguably given to those who need it least. I know that we can accomplish great things if we do it surgically and if we do it right, but there has to be accountability. The only true way to ensure accountability is to have the decision-making where it belongs, with council. That keeps it very public. It allows citizens to be involved, and it allows citizens to gauge the success and shortcomings of the system as it is employed. The will of council must be reflected in situations where our tax money is being given to wealthy corporations and companies. I want to say that it's also a defense for staff if the decision-making rests with council. Because staff is going to work closely with these developers for 1, 2, 3 years. I don't know how long it could be in developing these plans and proposals. It's normal that when you work that close with people, that a sense of camaraderie develops. And we're putting staff in the awkward position of maybe having to go to these people that they develop these working relationships with and say, no, you're not getting CIP. You would actually be protecting staff from being in that uncomfortable position. You should have the hammer on the CIP. The third point I'd make is there's no need to hire a staff position for CIP. This is probably my biggest leap, I'll say, because I can't pretend to understand the burdens on staff. I know everybody is overworked these days, but I do believe that hiring staff specifically to deal with CIP is not only a poor use of tax dollars, but it flies in the face of other priorities that the city has. Developers are going to come to St. And we all know that. I don't think you can prevent it from happening if you want it. And that's fine, that is good news. But staffing resources, I believe at this point, would be better spent on some of the very real and under-addressed pressures within the city. And so I would prefer to see that if we were hiring staff, we should be hiring, and I don't even know if these are real titles, but a poverty reduction strategy office or a climate change mitigation minister within the city. We have areas of need all over the city. I don't believe we need to be putting more staff resources into figuring out how to get developers to come to city. So again, overall, let me wrap up by saying I really do acknowledge that I believe the CIP is heading in the right direction. I congratulate those who've been working hard on it, but I think it needs a few major critical analysis to get to where it can be, should be.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I got Councillor Greg Miller and then Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for the presentation. Just a couple questions. With regards to the preamble, I think that's a well-made point. Would you be looking for like numbers, like specific, we want to increase the units by X or we want to remediate a certain number of, like what, in terms of you touched on accountability for, is this program working? Would you be looking for that kind of specifics or more philosophical preamble?
Probably more philosophical. Okay. The intent of the program is to increase affordable housing by 20% by the year 2040 and to do this and to do that. So if you address the big issues that the program is intended to address, then you have something to gauge it again. Just launching into it, well, who is it for? Is it for the developers? Yes, it addresses affordable housing, but is the real customer the developer? I think it should be well defined.
Okay, thank you. That's a good point. And just the other question, in terms of council approval of the different projects, do you see a difference between the TIF program, which is the tax increment, which is sort of the general one, and the brownfield, do you think, and I guess sub question, do you think every project should come to council, or do you see a limit on, you know, if it's only going to be X amount of dollars, it really doesn't need to?
I think there can be a dollar limit.
Okay.
I do think staff can handle, and staff can handle everything. I'm not trying to say staff can't handle it. I'm saying that, well, I think I said what I wanted to say, but it needs to be a very low limit, because I think, you know, so if staff is approving $5,000, I don't think anybody's gonna push back on that. 150,000 I found to be steep, and subject to pressuring from developers. And I have seen developers try to pressure this council, but council's got shoulder, like people can yell at them, and councilors, you get used to that. And I'm sure people can yell at staff too. This is not meant to slag staff, but it should rest with council.
Okay, thank you. I will say definitely, I think the limit right now is too high, and so I agree with that. And that's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Smith, thank you for your presentation. You make some good points, and Councillor Miller and I are on the same wavelength tonight, because I do find the preamble point interesting. I have been a business planner for many, many years, and I always believe that every project needs to have definite objectives. And you're calling it a preamble and intent, but if I get your drift, you're saying that we should stay up front. This is the general gist of what we're trying to accomplish with this, so that when council is looking at projects, it's not just numbers, but we're looking, are we meeting the intent? If it's affordable housing, or for example, if it's, you know, at one time, I was called by a developer the last time we had a discussion.
Councillor Garcia, can I ask you to ask a question? Because you're going to have time during the SAT part to talk about your career, but
okay,
just ask questions.
Okay, so my question is that what you mean by a preamble?
Yeah, I'll give you an example of what I think a preamble can really effective at dealing with. In that, in the last luxury condo, where there was talk about, there was push back and forth on whether or not the CIP should be applied. Technically, some of the argument was, listen, it applied to one, and the rules haven't changed, and so how do we say no to this one? And I believe that maybe there was that technical argument did exist, that fairness component, except that council should be the one saying, well, this is why we can say no, even though on the face, one might seem similar, one might be dissimilar. We have the intent of this program, and the intent is clear, and we are here to enforce the intent of this program. And so council always has the last word on whether or not. So staff may have to stick to the technicality, because that's what staff does. But council represents the will of the people, and the will of the people is reflected in the intent of in the preamble.
Thank you.
Councillor Williamson, I guess you're up next, and then Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't really think I'd be finding myself sort of disagreeing with you a little bit tonight, Mr. Smith. And I love the idea of a preamble, the preamble to the Canadian Constitution, and the POG cause, peace, order, and good government, preamble to the United Nations Declaration of it, rights and freedoms, good stuff. But to me, the crux of this issue, the problem that I have, my conscience has with this, is the inherent conflict of interest. You're a person who has fought the cabal and dealt with those kinds of issues at the region and other places. Internationally as well. But to me, I have a problem with politicians, elected representatives, making decisions on developers getting money, and then as well taking election campaign donations from those same developers. Do you not find that that's an inherent conflict of interest, like a lot more than the traditional municipal conflict of interest that are often minor in nature? Is often minor in nature?
Yeah, I actually do. Councillor Williamson, and it's a problem, and I acknowledge that. I like to think that nobody at a council table can be influenced by a $1,200 donation. Maybe I'm pie in the sky on that, but it's a problem. But I still believe that accountability, so if council starts to stray with a program, and if citizens start to say, wait a minute, you guys are straying far beyond what this program was intended to do, we can hold council accountable. We can make it a point for the next election. We can't hold staff accountable. Staff does what staff does and doesn't report to citizens or doesn't get held accountable. So if staff were to make the same error in judgment, we as citizens have no input in. Council does in that they hire the CAO, and that's all that council does, hire the CAO. Elected officials are accountable, and accountability is important, especially on the tender subject of giving our tax money to, I think we all have to agree, these are very wealthy corporations or companies. It's a tender subject, and I think accountability is important, and I don't know any other way to get there.
Thank you. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Porter, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Smith, thank you for your presentation. I guess I'll start that I do feel the similar way to Councillor Williamson. Some councillors do take money from developers, and I don't like the idea of getting pressure from developers on every CIP decision. I think that councillors are more susceptible to development pressures. But I also think we're susceptible to NIMBYism. We're susceptible to people who don't want affordable housing in their backyard. We're susceptible to people who maybe don't want a good high density development on a transit route because they don't want to see a few additional stories. So we're actually susceptible to a lot of pressures, not just development pressures, but every single affordable housing build in St. Catharines, I think in the last 15 years, faced some kind of public opposition and public pressure. So I would hate to see the new CIP with affordable housing components in it become susceptible to that as well. In your mind, do you think it might be better for us to spend all the time we have on this policy, which I think we spent a lot more time in this round of the CIP than it seemed like the previous council did with only one public meeting, where we set a very good policy. It's based on our 4 strategic pillars. I know you've talked about a preamble, but we did direct staff to create a CIP based on 4 pillars of sustainability, affordability, and I can't remember what the other 2 are right now. Does it make sense to you that we leave it to staff? Because I think I disagree with you. I don't think they face the same kind of pressure in their job with developers. I think it's a little bit inconsequential to them, but they could report back once a year on all of the CIPs. We could take a look at that report and we can ensure, and we can have a meeting and we can scrutinize the decisions that they made to make sure that they aligned with the policy.
With respect, I would say, I guess this is where I would just agree to disagree with you. I think staff, being human, as we all are, is susceptible to the same pressures that we all are. And they work with those developers. Typically they work on a program or a plan or a proposal with them for 2 to 3 years. That develops camaraderie. That develops first name basis. That develops a will to please. That's human. We're in this together. We're going to help you get to where you want to be. And that's a good attitude to have. So I'm not saying that that's a bad thing because we want to enable development. But when we come down to these very tricky political approvals of taxpayer money going to, as I said, wealthy corporations, that's where council gets to say yes or no. And then it's always very public. And I understand staff could create annual reports, but then we're dealing with things that have been done and can't be undone. If it's council that it's approving. It's very immediate as it happens.
Okay, Councillor Porter, looks like Councillor Porter follow-up or?
Yeah, my internet was freezing, so I think I caught most of that. And I lost my train of thought because the internet was going in and out. But I guess the staff, we've set the scoring system, and I guess my position is we spend a lot of time on the scoring system. That's actually the policy, and that's what staff have to do is they have to take things in and score it. And then my position is I would prefer to allow staff to do that. Because I don't think they would face the same kind of pressure. And I would hate to see a really good project not get a CIP because of any sort of community pressure or development pressure. Pressure to get one that shouldn't get one because of pressure from a developer on a council, or pressure to oppose a project because, for instance, it has affordable housing. So I think it's something we all struggle with and something we're trying to figure out as we work through this process. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Littleton, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Smith. We talk a lot about wealthy, quote, wealthy corporations receiving CIP money. So I just wanted to ask you, in your opinion, what constitutes a wealthy corporation?
Oh yeah, sure, I can answer that. I count myself as rich. I would probably count, I don't even know 90% of the people around this table or their personal circumstances, but I think that probably 90% of the people in this chamber are rich. By that I mean we have good healthcare, we have education, we have the basics of life. But there are, whatever the percentage of our population that it is, that struggle to meet that. And they pay taxes into this city, and their money will be part of what is transferred to a corporation or a company that is doing whatever the development may be. I don't think that should happen without it being very surgically applied. So yeah, can Ed Smith, do I have a right to complain because $200 of my tax money one year went to corporate developer? I don't really think I personally do. And no, I'm not in a position to judge what corporation is wealthy and which one is just rich. But I'd say that any corporation that is, or company that is buying land and turning it over for profit is in a very advantageous position. So I'm not talking about $100 billion companies, but I am talking about companies that are rich enough to be in the game in the first place.
Okay, so because I'm just trying to get a handle, because if we want to talk about that, we want to restrict CIP, that we don't approve projects from wealthy corporations, then I'm just wondering if there needs to be a metric to measure it by, because presumably if somebody is doing a development, they don't have that money in their pocket, right? We can agree it's not there, it's leveraged, it's borrowed, they have investors. It's not like they come to the table with $100 million in their pocket, right? So I'm just trying to see, that's how developments go, right?
Sorry, I think I didn't communicate my point well then. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I must have, because I'm not against the corporation, even if it is a $100 million corporation getting it, if it if it applies to the program as it was intended to be. So if there's a well-written preamble that says you've got to achieve A, B, C, D and accomplish A, B, C, D with this program, and then we're going to give you CIP, then the program is achieving what it needs to be, what we want it to accomplish. But I'm saying that it is such a sensitive issue that it needs to be well controlled. So I'm not against anybody getting the CIP just based on their particular standing in dollars and cents. But I do believe that those who have means, and I mean financial means, can engage lawyers and whatever, specialists, planners, whatever, that can find loopholes that were not intended. And that's why we need council to control, because council can close loopholes if they have the documentation to support them. If they all have a clear understanding of what we're trying to achieve with this program, then you can get the best lawyers and the best accountants and the best planners in the world, but you won't loophole your way into $5 million grants that were not intended for that use.
Okay, I'm just a little confused. So the 100-page document then is, we need to have, in your estimation, you would like to have then something before that document that outlines targets. Am I understanding you correctly?
Not aspirational targets, not specific targets, aspirational guidance that defines what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to accomplish more affordable housing units in the next 10 years, and we're trying to accomplish whatever it is that we're trying to accomplish to be outlined in a preamble introduction to the policy. I'm not talking about adding 20 pages. I'm talking about adding a half a page that just says the intention of this policy is to create a better St. Catharines by encouraging investment in the development field, investment that is targeted also at, relieving the affordable housing crisis, or setting up greening parks, or whatever we identify as the targets that we want to address through the CIP should be there in a preamble. Then council can say, hey, this thing, technically it might meet, but it doesn't address what this thing is supposed to do. And it's hard for me to make up the perfect example to give you. So I'm not saying the document needs to be redrafted. I'm just saying a couple of paragraphs of guidance at the front to help you, council, as you sit around and make decisions.
So the pie chart that shows, what the priorities are in the CIP and the scoring system is not clear enough in your estimation. Then we need to have an opening paragraph, if you will.
Yes. Again, because I'm talking about loopholes and technicality, and they always exist in complex policies and documents. I've worked in documentation policies for 25 years, not in planning, but there are always very smart people who can take everything and find something that the planners did not envision. And then they see that as an opportunity. And it could be an unintended opportunity. And in the military, the final check on that will be the commander.
Okay.
I hate to militarize things here, but council is the commander. You're the final check and balance before the money goes out the door.
Okay. So I think that's all my questions that I had to answer. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. We got Councillor Cisco next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for your delegation this evening. I just wanted to ask, with respect to, you've talked about the preamble, and I think I understand, but I'm wondering what part of the introduction to the CIP did you not, were you concerned with that it didn't go far enough? It speaks to the fact that the CIP is a financial incentive program. It's intended to stimulate investment in redevelopment projects that support local community improvement and renewal objectives and strategies, including those, and then it references what documents those strategies are in, and then it says that it's specifically there to help the private sector offset a portion of costs related to redevelopment, reuse, rehabilitation of the built environment, and brownfield remediation. So I'm just wondering, what in addition to that would be required as part of this preamble?
So to me, I didn't see it as being meaty enough. I saw it as, and I don't have it open in front of me, so I'm just gonna, and I'll also say that it was like 100 pages of documents going through, but I didn't find that meaty enough. and not enough to fall back on in your hard decision-making. When things are all lining up and everything is obvious, you don't even need preamble. Everyone says, hey, this is perfect. We're going to get 20 affordable units. We're going to get this, this, and this, and let's go. Why are we wasting time? But when you get into the argumentative cases, you need strong wording to guide the decision-making.
Understood. Now, you had mentioned as part of your comments to a couple of the other questions that you didn't feel that the document was surgical enough. And I'm wondering if you could explain to me how you'd like to see it be more surgical. When I went through it, you know, staff and in the report, they do a good job of outlining that the goals of each of these programs should be meeting issues related to mixed use. You know, the intensification of the community, which is obviously a goal that's shared at multiple levels of government and is, you know, brought down directly from the province. And then affordable housing, which I think we've all talked about and we all recognize as a major goal in the community, even though it is not St. Catharines' responsibility, it's a regional responsibility. We're building our CIP to enhance the possibilities for more affordable housing. Heritage, which I think we've all agreed is an important goal. And then remediation, which I think is a goal of every municipality that, especially those, you know, that have had heavy industrial use over time. So in what other areas, or how could those be more surgical? Where do they fall down?
No, so again, I may have miscommunicated. I'm trying to remember exactly how I used the word surgical, but I believe I used it to convey the point that that the CIP to be successful has to be surgically applied. Meaning that, and what I meant by that was it needs to be applied to, let me go back to the harborfront. I think that would have been an unsurgical application, this is my opinion, of a CIP. I don't think it would have met any of the goals of what we envisioned a CIP should be doing. But technically, it seemed at the time, and I didn't review the documents, it seemed that it should get the money. We need to avoid those types of situations. So I'm not saying that we need to avoid giving money to those types of developments. We need to avoid those types of arguments. Technically, it could qualify, but we need to be applying the people need to not be getting our money for things like this based on technicality. We need to be surgically assured that it's going to what it was intended to go for.
So then when we have scoring criteria and we have already laid out rebate percentages, you know, and I think the scoring, and I will say this is one of the things I like the most about this new CIP. The scoring criteria is very clear. There's no subjectivity to it. Points are awarded based on that. Is your concern that the scoring criteria is incorrect in the lack of surgical application?
No, I don't, honestly, Matt, I have to be honest with you. I could not read 100 pages and absorb it. I'm not that smart to be that critical.
I think you're selling yourself a little bit short, Mr. Smith, but
no, I saw that the scoring was there, and I'm glad it's there. And I take it for granted that staff is doing an honorable job and putting the weighted values where they belong. I just think that we need, again, it's about the final check and balance to rest with council, because systems go wrong.
And I understand your comment to that. I will say, and this is, I will respectfully disagree with you, and I'll explain my reasoning, because I think you've expressed yourself, I think, in a good way. But the one fear that I have, you had said a couple of times that nobody holds staff accountable. And I will say, I think our CAO does an exceptional job of holding the staff of the city of St. Catharines accountable, but we hold her accountable. I worry, and a couple of my colleagues have expressed this, and it's not so much that I worry, but I think when the decision-making is left to a matrix and we have a scoring system that makes sense, that council has agreed upon, it stops councillors from being able to stick their thumb on the scale of fairness. And I think staff, you know, as much as I've disagreed in the past when it comes to development issues with staff, I will always say they interpret the policies that council has put in place to the T. They implement the policies to the T, sometimes to my very much frustration, because I wish sometimes staff would look beyond the policy, but that's not their position. And that policy is all informed by provincial mandate. But like I said, I appreciate the points that you've put forward tonight. You've given, I think, all of us something to think about, and I appreciate the comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If you don't mind, if I just, I didn't mean to imply that the CAO does not hold staff accountable and that staff isn't held to accountability, but they're not held accountable to the taxpayer. That's what I was, the people that are accountable to the taxpayer in this system is council. And that's why I think councilors should make the decision, because it's such a touchy subject, giving our money to corporations and companies. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to do, but if it goes wrong, we should be able to point at public meetings where councilors said this, this, and this, and then gave our money away to something that it wasn't intended to do. That's what I meant.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
And we'll be moving on now to the next presenter is Mr. Don Sawyer. Just a reminder to council that we do have a curfew at 10:45. We cannot go beyond that, and the meeting will be closed at that point. So we got to continue to accelerate.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for having me so late. I knew I should have eaten before I came. I want to start off with kind of a slightly different note. I really want to congratulate the staff on what I think is an excellent document. I was at the December information gathering sharing session, and I think that the priorities that we discussed there are well reflected here, particularly in the area of the emphasis on affordable housing. The movement away from making a top priority the actual dollar size of the program. It's still there, but it doesn't have the sort of front and center prominence that it did. And particularly the focus on brownfield amelioration and cleanup. That's what I'm going to focus on later, but anyway. I think all of this is summarized well in the last line on page, I think it was page 11, where it says the 2004 CIP and 2015 CIPs encourage development, while the 2020 CIP is encouraging specific priority types and scales of development. I mean, that's a huge and very positive move in the right direction. And I think the discussion about what Ed was trying to say about surgical use is that I think most people understand and support the concept of a CIP, but it's used in a surgical way, a very specific way for a very specific situation where that particular tool is necessary to achieve the objective that the city is after. That's my sense of using it surgically anyway. I am a member of the Coalition for a Better St. Catharines, and so I've been working in this area for some time. I also wanted to point out that I think that the fact that we're moving away from the public tax rebates should not be provided to developers for upscale condos has been made over and over again. So I'm not going to rehash that, but I think that that's again reflected in this document, and certainly something that I think again is a step in the right direction. It's obviously apparent that the staff that worked on this had the brownfield rehabilitation and remediation, particularly of the GM site in mind when they were working on it, because there's numerous references to it, including new programs. And clearly there's some very serious thought being given to what I think is the most important issue facing the community, and also probably the biggest opportunity. And that's what I'm going to really sort of focus my concerns on. But again, in the document, we see brownfield remediation remains a key focus for the 2020 CIP, as it is imperative the city partner with the private sector to remediate and redevelop former industrial and commercial sites. And that's what I'm going to be focusing on to a great extent. I think that both the brownfield tax increment finance program, which while isn't brand new, does provide 80% a higher incentive, I think is certainly a great step toward that. I think the brownfield tax assessment program, which to me seems almost brand new, the 100% rebate, provides a place for a developer to start. I think that we have to be transparent as we move on this site, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on what's going on there in particular. And what the premise I'm going to work on tonight is that I think as a city, as a community, we can work on a package of incentives that include the CIP that could be used effectively to attract a responsible developer into the community to attack the site, both from a pollution point of view, but later then in a responsible redevelopment format. In other words, I think the CIP gives the city something it doesn't otherwise have, both an incentive and a lever. And I think the incentivization was said that, you know, if it's not an incentive if I say, here's some money, go do what you want. It is an incentive if I give you the money and say, you do this and this and this. And that's the kind of thing that the CIP provides. Leverage, I'd like to talk a little bit more, a little bit later about, because I think it does provide you with the opportunity to ensure delivery of outcomes. And that's something I think that's been kind of sadly missing. I mentioned when I spoke in January about a London developer that we met when I was renting on a totally unrelated issue. And he seemed like a really responsible guy. He had bought land in huge chunks of land in the 3 communities he thought were most likely to grow in Ontario. And that was Stratford and, oh my goodness, Kingston and St. Catharines. And it's interesting that we've already had the comment about Kingston. We asked him, had you looked at the GM land? He said, we went on that land. We knew there was going to be a heavy industrial site. He said, yeah, we did look at it. He said, when we went on, presumably with the real estate agent, we were so appalled at the damage that the demolition had done and the cost that was involved in that we walked away. That was really telling to me, because I think what we need to do is to provide an attractive package here to get the right developer here to work with the city. And that's sort of the premise of what I'm working at here. I want to just point out that, as a number of people have pointed out, real estate is booming here. The projection over the next 20 years is a population increase in Niagara of 168,000 people. The demand for housing is going to increase enormously. We are hemmed in terms of usable land, but by the lake, also by the greenbelt. And I think that the 55 acres that this provides is the key to the future of the community. And that's why I've become so keen on it and why I've worked so hard in terms of putting it foremost in the community's eye.
So you're at the 5:30 mark, so.
Jesus, already?
Yep.
Okay, well, just real quickly, I think we've got to make it really clear what the situation is. Let's do an on-site evaluation. What is, and then we make that clear to everybody, to the developer. We need to know the extent of the projected cleanup costs. And then we need to make it, and this is just, I'll skip right to this because this is really sort of the heart of it. With what we have here is the potential of a CIP grant of, let's say, a CIP and a BTA grant of $1 or $3 million. The owner is not going to sell this land at this price unless it's cleaned up. We get some sort of contribution from him. Municipal grants are there. We talked, the CIP talks about provincial grants as well in the form of tax incentives. We also look at guaranteed annual loans. When we start putting a package like that together, we're starting to look at $10 or $12 million. This suddenly makes it, now people have thrown away all kinds of figures. Consultants we've talked to have said that the cleanup could be anywhere between $10 and $30 million, depending on how it's approached. And as you all know, you can do different things. For example, you can have, since it is mixed use, you can have commercial down and residential up. And you don't have to go to the same limits of environmental cleanup as you do if you're going to make it strictly strictly
so I'm going to ask you to wrap it up now. You're
okay.
At 7 minutes, please.
We have a situation with both incentives and disincentives. I'd like to throw out the idea of performance bonds, which we have used and haven't talked about, where you actually have direct deliverables that the contractor, the developer must meet, or he receives, it's not, that money's put in a bond, he doesn't get it back unless he meets certain expectations established by the city. I think it's time we put some teeth into our regulations and try to enforce them.
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much for your presentation. looking for council. I have Councillor Townsend like ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Sawyer. Thank you for coming in today. I really appreciate you making your presentation. What was the number that you said that you think would cost to clean up the 55 acres over on Ontario Street?
We've heard anywhere between 10 and $30 million. 10 sounds very low, and it depends on a secondary plan that allows a variety of different levels of cleanup. Of course, first and foremost, you would have to secure the site that there's nothing escaping it. But after that, what the extent of cleanup could vary according to the actual use of the land.
Okay, I'll just put it in perspective too, because over our friends down the road in Kingston just approved a program to redevelop a site of 35 acres, which was contaminated. It's known as the Davis Tannery site over in, and it cost $73 million to clean up the contaminated site. And that site is 20 acres smaller than our current site in GM. So
did they try to bring it all up to residential standards?
Yes, so there'll be, it has to be, because they're building 1,500 units and they're putting in 5,000 square feet of office and commercial space with a whole large green space in the middle of it. So it's going to cost a lot more, higher than I'll say 70 million. But I appreciate you coming in and sharing that with us.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that that applies to us. I mean, there's a variety, there's all kinds of variables here that we can look at. It's not just size. But I thought your point of 43 years was a rather extraordinary one. And I don't think anybody wants to see that. I think that's why we need to be more aggressive in putting this, making this property what it can be. An earlier speaker talked about it being $77 million in value once cleaned up.
Yeah, 46 years it took. Just there you go.
Let's see if we can't do better than that.
Thank you very much. And I think we're being aggressive with the CIP. Is there any other questions? Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question to Mr. Sawyer. Thank you for your presentation. You brought up performance bonds.
Yes.
I assume you're suggesting this for any project, not just for GM. Is that correct?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other further questions, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Sawyer.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll now call upon Miss Emily Spanton. Welcome to council, Ms. Spanton.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having this public meeting. I wanted to say that. I feel most of the conversations, most of the points I wanted to be discussed this evening have already been done. I'm not going to give my speech. I do have two quick points. I feel the CIP could have done more to address greening. I think that it's a missed opportunity. And the only other thing, you know what, I'm going to leave it. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions of the presenter? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Very much appreciated. We'll now call on Mr. Evan McDonald. I believe this is the final part, the last one of the in-person. Mr. McDonald, welcome. Yep, to the first podium. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thanks. How are you?
Good.
I'm not organized like everybody else. I don't have a speech. I wasn't even planning on speaking. And then kind of after hearing everyone else speak, I figured I'd say something. I moved to St. Catharines to go to Brock in 2000. I moved from Ottawa and I had no intention of staying here. I just came here because there was a good wrestling program. And that was pretty much the only reason I was here. I remember I drove in and I took a wrong turn on the way in, ended up down on St. Paul Street. And I actually thought to myself, what have I done? I could see down to the Niagara hair cloth down behind there. It was like a scene out of Oliver Twist. And I had just spent like the last day at the Rideau Center down by Parliament Hill when I left Ottawa. And I thought, I can't believe I left that town for this dump. And then as so that was in 2000, and I had no intentions of staying, none at all. I was going to wrestle. and go home after I got a degree at Brock. And then as time progressed, things started happening in this town. You know, it was pretty early on. I remember going for a bike ride. I ended up at the what's now the Keg, and it was dilapidated. It didn't have a roof. It was full of needles and junkies. It was actually a pretty scary place. But then I saw the project start there, and I was like, oh wow, they're doing something at that building. And it was just fields all around it, nothing else, no Sobeys. And then that whole area developed, and I was amazed that somebody took that on. And I only found out today that had CIP funding, which amazed me because it was something that stuck with me. It was one of the things that made me think like, wow, that's awesome. And then they did it to Johnny Rocco's, and then Sobeys popped up. And that whole area, I look at what it did to Meriton, and it all started with some CIP funding. Nobody would have developed that land otherwise. It sat there for 50 years without anyone touching it. It wasn't worth it. It was too expensive to develop. And then you see downtown now. Downtown's changed, but yeah, it's Brock University that invested there. It's the Meridian Center. But also there's a lot of CIP funding that went into downtown. It's totally revitalized. And now I'm seeing, you know, other developers fight over properties down there. It's a real shame what's going on with COVID. It slowed it down, but it's amazing, the transformation. And so that was in 2000 that I moved here. And that day, when I saw the scene from Oliver Twist downtown, I said, I'm out of here the second I'm done. And with time, this town has grown on me. And I'm so proud to be from Niagara now. Like I started my real estate and construction business with a $5,000 student loan. I'm not sure if you're allowed to do that, so hopefully that's not mortgage fraud. But started buying real estate, started flipping houses, student rentals, got into apartment buildings, bigger and bigger projects. And so it's funny because most of the people that have spoke, it's about the big bad developer. And you know, I started my company with nothing. And one of the big reasons why I love developing and why I love building is because we take the scene from Oliver Twist and turn it into something beautiful. Almost everything that we've developed has been a dump to something awesome. I can't even tell you how many projects I've gone into personally where I have to be the only person on the job site for the first couple of days because my guys won't go in there because there's too many needles. I'll spend a couple of days picking all the needles out, putting it in buckets so my guys can work because no one else will go in there when it's that bad. But then when the project's done, sure, there's a profit at the end. But I'm not proud of the profit. I'm proud of the transformation. There's a handful of properties right now that I'm really excited about that I think would be great development. But the cost to clean them up is just too much money. And whether or not I profit off of the project should be completely irrelevant. People are standing up here saying, well, this is ridiculous. Why would taxpayers go to a developer? Well, if it wasn't for a developer, the Keg would still be a dump where junkies are shooting up. That whole area would have never gotten developed. Downtown St. Catharines would still be Oliver Twist. And we'd all be ashamed of this town, and I probably wouldn't live here. So, sure, people are going to make some money. There's going to be the occasional bad person that takes advantage of a loophole in a program. But if the end result is that we have a beautiful city to be proud of that's developing and growing, and these dirty pieces of property are getting cleaned up, then man, it's worth it. And I look at this program and it's incredible. You know, like it's actually quite obvious what the focus is. There's a pie chart that literally spells it all out. Here's our focus. Whatever it was, 40% affordable housing, 30% cleaning up dirty land, 20% infill. Like it couldn't be more obvious. It's well laid out, and the program basically says, you spend money, do something good for our city, and you'll get paid. And you'll get paid on a percentage of the increase of tax dollars that you create. It's an absolute no-brainer. It's a win-win. I cannot imagine how anybody would stand up and say that anyone loses in this program. So anyways, I think that the people who put this program together did a great job. I'm really excited for it. I hope that I can take advantage of it one day. And I hope that people look at the projects that we do and they say that we did a great job, and that we've made change and transformation in our community, and not that, oh, Evan, oh, look at that guy, he went and made some money, because if you work hard, you deserve to make some money.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald, for your presentation and for believing in St. Catharines when you moved here from Ottawa. It was a great story. Thank you. Any questions of the presenter? I'll look to the screen. Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we got a couple that are going to come in on Zoom. And the next one is Mr. John Kingston, who will be presenting on Zoom. John Kingston. And then as they're bringing him in, I think we got about 3 on Zoom, folks, maybe 4, and then we got to end the public meeting and do some bylaws and stuff.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there, Mr. Kingston. Yep, welcome.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors and staff for letting me present you hopefully a very short presentation, because I know time is very short in your evening now. Just quickly to provide you some background on myself, I'm one of the principals of a real estate development company called Pantera Group Limited. Over the last few years, we've built a number of buildings in downtown St. Catharines. And the most recent one was the affordable housing building at 111 Church Street, which has a total of 127 units in it. I'd first of all like to applaud council in considering the extension of the CIP program as an incentive to attract new development into the city. Much like the last speaker, I think it is an important program to have in place. The focus, though, of my presentation to you today is going to be solely on Part B, Section 1, subsection 3C, basically regarding the affordable housing component. As you are, I'm sure, undoubtedly aware, there has not been a lot of new affordable housing completed in the city in recent years, yet there remains a huge and growing demand for such housing. I believe that council might want to consider some alternatives to the proposal, and I'd like to present sort of 2 of these to you tonight. Again, as background, developers typically shy away from building affordable rental housing, primarily because regulated rents for true affordable housing constrain the revenue stream. In order to offset this constraint, costs must be contained. It's obviously important, at least certainly from our perspective, that developers should not cut back on the quality of the housing that's being built. Therefore, the focus must be placed on cutting back on operating costs. And one of these costs is the realty tax. The current CIP proposal conceptually is a fine step forward to provide some incentive to build more affordable rental housing. However, in my opinion, this will likely result in a slow response to the urgent need for affordable housing, especially since the city can only address with any degree of certainty 28.6% of the taxes owing. In other words, your 44% share of the 65% incentive per the CIP. I therefore would ask council to consider 2 things. First, adding to the CIP a section that would eliminate all realty tax under the designation of a municipal capital facility for those new buildings that provide the following commitments and abide by these provisions. A minimum of 25 years as affordable housing so that it's not flipped into a condo 10 years down the road. Excuse me. 100% of the building would be rented within CMHC rental guidelines for St. Catharines, and a minimum of 20% of the units would be subject to subsidized rents primarily through Niagara Regional Housing. And C, removal of the MCF, the Municipal Capital Facility designation, if the building is no longer used as affordable housing. Second, I would suggest to you that you consider revising the definition of what you call ARDU in the CIP, which currently requires the lesser of 2 different rents and effectively could result in high rents for smaller units and rents below market for larger units. Instead, I suggest that it should read that all rents must be within CMHC rental guidelines and a minimum of 20% are subject to subsidized rents. The current definition of at least 30% requires a higher percentage for subsidized rents than allowed for under current NRH guidelines, which is a maximum of 25% for a new building under their new housing development rent supplemental program. One of the important considerations in building affordable housing is to have an integrated building with people that are able to pay the full affordable rent, as well as those that require subsidization. Too much of the latter has proven to create building stigmatization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kingston. And Mr. Kingston's company does and did build the Bethlehem housing on Church Street and just recently opened. So just want to thank him for his efforts in that partnership. Any questions of the presenter? Okay, seeing no questions, we're going to thank you, Mr. Kingston, and Councillor Phillips.
Evening, Mr. Kingston. It's Councillor Phillips.
Good evening.
How are you?
Very well, and yourself?
Great. As far as the pie chart that we have indicating affordable housing, is the percentage, you think it should be higher, or is it, given everything else that's in there?
Sorry, and you're referring to the 65% and the 85 to 90 for the brownfield?
Right.
Yeah, I would take a different approach is what I was trying to suggest. I think if you try to promote a building that is truly affordable, my personal belief, let me back up from my personal belief is that a building that has, say, luxury condos in it and 20% affordable, if you try to achieve that as a target, I don't think it will work well. I think there's too much dissension between those that are paying full price and those that are paying much below market price.
Agreed.
I think what is better is which is what we did with 111 Church. So I guess I'm sort of tooting our own horn here, but where it is all affordable housing. It's still an integrated building because people are paying full affordable rents and others are paying subsidized affordable rents. And there are clearly distinctions between those two. That's what I think should be the approach. And as a result, I think an MCF designation to eliminate all realty tax on such a building is more appropriate than the proposed 65%. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, and be well.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Garcia, quickly.
Yes, just a quick one. Mr. Kingston, Councillor Garcia, just a quick one. You made some suggestions that obviously would have to be considered in the context of the CIP. Have you submitted these to our staff?
No, I've not, but I certainly am willing to do so.
Okay, because a lot of issues have come up that they're obviously going to have to look at, so they might as well look at your proposal as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
If I could just respond, perhaps someone could tell me as to who they specifically should be sent to.
Margaret Josiopovic. Yeah, you're familiar with Margaret. Thank you, Mr. Kingston.
Yep, my pleasure.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll move on to the next presenter, who is Mike Croft, and he is with the Niagara Home Builders Association. Following that, we have Mr. Tim Kenny, and then I don't know if is Drew talking. If someone can confirm, Rebecca, if someone can confirm if Drew is still on the call. And then we're going to close the public meeting at that point. So is Mr. Koff on the line? I'm trying to see. Is he getting ready to speak? I see him there. I just don't see him. He's got his headphones in. Just trying to get the voice on it. Check, check, check. Anything. So he can hear me, but we can't hear you. Can you speak, Mike? Start talking, Mike. I can see him. Okay, it's not coming up. So Mike, as you're getting through that, because we don't want to bump up.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. You're up. Who we at? Who just said, can we hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Who is that? Start talking. I want to see if we could hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yep, there you go.
Okay, I apologize.
No problem.
I think I just got stuck between my Bluetooth microphone and my microphone on my laptop. Okay, good evening to the mayor, members of council, staff, and stakeholders participating in this discussion. My name is Mike Crow, and I'm a registered professional planner in Ontario. I'm a senior planner and an associate with IBI Group in the Hamilton office. And today I'm speaking to you in my role as a government liaison chair for the Niagara Home Builders Association, the NHBA. We're here to address the proposed 2020 Community Improvement Plan. The NHBA, it consists of 145 members, including builders, developers, and suppliers, and for over 60 years has been the voice of the home building industry in Niagara. Together, our members provide all aspects of the home building industry and are responsible for 90% of all new residential dwellings constructed in the region. Not only is NHBA the voice of the industry in Niagara, but we're also the voice of the new home purchaser. And we work every day to create housing affordability in the region and to make the dream of having a home of one's own a reality. We have read staff report PBS 154/2020 and the contents of the appendices, and the NHBA supports the CIP program as proposed. We commend the city for bringing this CIP update forward tonight, especially during this challenging recent period. We extend our appreciation directly to staff and acknowledge their efforts to make this project a priority and to bring it forward for council consideration tonight. We also commend the city for being a leader in development and administration of CIP programs in the province, and for making efforts to ensure the CIP is current, reflects industry best practices and stakeholder feedback. And with that in mind, I want to highlight two main improvements that I think are critical, which are recommended by staff, each of which reflects stakeholder feedback. Number one is the recommendation for expanded delegated authority to staff through amendments to the existing delegated authority bylaw. And number two is the reintroduction of and funding for a full-time CIP community renewal coordinator. In our view, both of these elements are key components to ensuring a fair, efficient, and well-functioning CIP program. Giving the delegated authority to staff in line with the financial parameters of the city's existing procurement policy to approve applications that meet defined and established criteria will take the burden away from council from having to deal with many smaller decisions. In addition, if applicants know that the application process is streamlined and predictable through the ability to work directly with staff to implement those established and defined criteria, and that there will be a dedicated staff member with knowledge and experience to administer this program, it will send a clear signal that the process will be quick, dependable, and fair. In our view, this will increase the success of the CIP program, improving the uptake and also enhancing the city's position as a provincial leader in this area. Council should accept these recommendations, but then revisit the program on a regular basis to address certain matters. And two I can think of would be expanding or enhancing the delegated authority and also the funding for brownfield remediation. We note this aligns with the discussion and recommendations in the staff report. I would like to close by stating that once the CIP framework is established, approvals within should be based on meeting those established and defined criteria and not on the potential selling price of a unit. In our view, council should establish the CIP funding values and the program structure and framework, and then empower staff to administer and implement this program on a day-to-day basis. The process is generally recommended by staff, and we support this approach. We believe that a properly managed CIP program operating in this way can absolutely help to achieve housing affordability in the city. That's my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koff. Greatly appreciated. I'm not seeing any questions internally, and I'm looking at the Zoom. I'm not seeing any there. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you for staying on the Zoom call for as long as you have as well. Okay, the next presenter we have coming up is Mr. Tim Kenny, and again, using the digital platform, and then rounding out Mr. Drew Toth. So we've got about 8 minutes, folks, to get through these two last speakers, and then we can close this meeting. So is Mr.
Yes, can you hear me, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor?
thanks, Tim. Yep, there's Mr. Kenny. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you this evening to discuss the changes to the CIP and to stress the need for continued funding of this very important program. I think if we want to look forward, we got to go and look back. And I think Mr. McDonald did a great job on describing the realities in the community of Merritton if we look back 15 years ago. And you know, I was thinking earlier today, driving down, when you, at that time, if you were driving down Oakdale Avenue, you had the school board abandoned building on the left-hand side, the closure of the Hayes Dana plant. You drive underneath the railway bridge, the railway line had been abandoned. The Domtar steam plant site on the left-hand side in behind the houses, it was an urban blight, you know, and you go around the corner and over the old humpback bridge in Merritton there, with Ricky's Tavern was closed on the right-hand side. You had the Domtar closed, you had the cotton mill, that was redeveloped as the keg site. And as you went up the hill, you had Aldo and Muratory Building Supplies closed. So those were the economic times that existed in 205. And the council was very right in bringing in a program which was geared to address the issues of the time. And the programs and the incentives to incentivize brownfields, to incentivize the cleanup and redevelopment of properties was seen as a way to bring the city forward and address the problems of the time. And I think it did that. You know, there was award-winning restorations of the Lipster Mill, of the keg site, as we said, the Sobeys Plaza, a new fire hall in Merritton, Sun Collision. Further up the hill, you have a 40-unit apartment building. So this program was designed to address the economic realities, and it certainly did that, and it was a great success. And I think what the new program today is doing is trying to address the new economic realities. The economic realities of 15 years ago are not the same today. Property values in Niagara have increased substantially, and a lot of the properties that needed economic incentives to be redeveloped 15 years ago no longer need them today. That they will happen on their own. And we're seeing this not just in Merritton, but across the city of St. Catharines, where people are taking properties, redevelop them, whether it's knocking them down or restoring them, redeveloping them with no incentives at all. So we don't need to continue on with the same type of programs that we had. We need to instead develop new programs to address the new economic realities in St. Catharines. And one of those realities, which I think the city so well identified in their strategic plan and this CIP tries to address, is the promotion of affordable housing. And by offering incentives for developers to building affordable housing units, the city will help to address the need for affordable housing, which is only going to grow because as I just said, the increased property values is pushing home ownership out of the ability for people of lower incomes to afford good, adequate housing. So by rewarding developments, which include a affordable housing component, I think is a great step and should be included within any new CIP. The new CIP also rewards brownfield cleanups. While the original CIP did encourage the redevelopment and remediation of a number of properties across St. Catharines, the problem is the low-hanging fruit has already been picked. The easier ones to do have already been cleaned up. What you're left with are very difficult remediation and redevelopment projects. There's a reason why the Hayes Dana hasn't been redeveloped. There's a reason that the old Lincoln School Board hasn't been redeveloped, despite the fact that the community improvement plans were in place. They continue to be uneconomical to redevelop, and they will continue to be so in years going forward if there are no community improvement plans in place. The third thing that I want to talk about, which the new CIP does, is it encourages it has priority areas and intensification areas, which helps to identify areas that are in need of redevelopment, and it encourages the redevelopment of these areas by giving points to those redevelopments that occur in those areas. So I would suggest that just as the original CIP programs were developed to address the economic realities of 15 years ago, the new CIP helps to address which, in my opinion, and it not just the affordable housing issue and brownfield cleanup and intensification of priority neighborhoods, but also a number of other evaluation instruments such as heritage and other things. That the new program, by offering a scoring system which is objective, which awards developments which reflect the goals of council and your strategic plan, is a move in the right direction. And for that reason, I am in full support of this program and the direction which staff has asked council to move in. And I should commend staff for bringing in this program. I'll tell you what, when I used to work at the region and we'd go out and try to develop plans such as this, we'd pay a heck of a lot of money for a report that's done with the amount of background information and the quality of this report. It is a very good report. I think council should support it, as I think it will benefit the city in the same way as the previous CIP report has done, not just in Merritton, but in the downtown core area and across other areas of the city. So thanks, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Great, very much appreciated. We got a question from Councillor Townsend, and then we can wrap this up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to, I believe it's former mayor of Thorold, Mr. Kenny, and one-time outstanding educator at Holy Cross Secondary School. My question to you, Mr. Kenny, is do you think the affordable housing component is high enough on the scoring?
Well, you know, the thing about affordable housing is it's very difficult to do to make economic sense, and you know, if you score it more, then are you going to benefit more would be the other question, right? Because there's that fine mix. And while some, you know, I just heard the previous speaker say, you know, we should build affordable housing projects. I'm a firm believer in that we shouldn't be building affordable housing projects, that we should be building affordable housing within other mixed use type buildings, so that you don't what I'll call ghettoize a development to say, oh, that's an affordable housing development. I always like to think that we put a percentage of affordable housing units within that building, and they live amongst the other residents, and no one knows who's getting subsidized and who's not. So, you know, it's catch-22. If we're going to score more points, then because there are programs that have worked in the past, but again, it's difficult in today's economic times to build units and reach those rents that you're talking about. But if we're going to move them, then you take a look at how you're compensated in doing so.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Nice to see you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Thank you, Mr. Kenny, former Mayor of Thorold. And that is it for our list. The last speaker won't be speaking on this one. So I'm going to ask, is there anyone in the lobby that has been patiently waiting, or is there anyone on Zoom that has been patiently waiting that hasn't had an opportunity to speak? Okay, so I'm going to close the public meeting, and council's called to order. We have a motion to close the public meeting respecting the Community 2020 Community Improvement Plan. Councillor Kushner moving that motion to close the public meeting. Councillor Phillips is seconding it. All in favor? So that is now carried. So that's closed. Public meeting is closed. Discussion on the recommendation contained in the report will be held after council considers the recommendation for 6.1. Now, folks, I'm just going to take you through some stuff. we have a public meeting under the winter storm event temporary on-street parking prohibition. So I can quickly go and read the public meeting part. There's no one registered to speak, and then we can close the meeting at least, and then we can have the staff discussion at the next part of the next meeting. So 6.3, notice of consideration regarding winter storm event temporary on-street parking prohibition has been published in accordance with the City of St. Catharines notice bylaw. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Members of the public will be asked to come. There's no members of the public here today. And then the meeting will be closed. Council will first consider the recommendations for the agenda items 6.1 and 6.2, and then council will look at this recommendation. We now go with the public meeting. No one is registered to speak with the clerk. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak to this? 6.3, I'm looking around, there's no one here. And if no one wishes to speak to it, then I'm going to call the council to order, bang the gavel. End of that part. And can I have a motion to close the public meeting respecting storm event? Councillor Kushner, Councillor Garcia, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. We just went through the public meeting and we will be discussing this 6.3 at the next meeting of council. So we're going to move on now to a couple of things that need to be done before we close this meeting today. And this one is going to get to, can't even do that. All that stuff gets put aside. We have 11.2, which is start time for the November 6th meeting. And this is City Council. So we have a motion that the council approve a 5:30 start time for the November 16th, 2020 City Council meeting for the purpose of receiving an in-camera report from the assistant. And that's Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Garcia. All in favor of that motion? So that's carried. 6, we got number 10, right? I don't know what number 10 was. Yep. Okay. Motion to ratify forthwith recommendations. We have a motion. Council adopt these items approved forthwith by the General Committee meeting on Wednesday, October 21st and Monday, October 22nd and Monday, November 2nd, 2020. Councillor Kushner, would you like to move that one? Seconded by Councillor Garcia. All in favor of the motion to ratify forthwith? So that's 10, and we did 6.3, 11.2, and number 14. So what's number 14? Bylaws, reading of bylaws. We have a motion that the bylaws listed on the council agenda, save and accept B, C, D, E, and F, be read for first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and city clerk. Councillor Garcia, Councillor Miller. We got those two. All in favor? Look to the board up top. Looks at the board up there. Okay. ABCs, we have the minutes to receive. This is number 15.1. We have a motion to receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented. Councillor Miller, Councillor Garcia, all in favor of the ABCs, and that's carried. And so prior to just going for, we'll go to adjournment. I'll just say this, we're going to have a discussion with staff tomorrow about this meeting because we do have a budget meeting next Monday at the scheduled time. And so we're going to have a discussion about whether we move these items to the budget meeting. So we're all there, we're all confirmed to be there, and then set up another budget meeting that has to take place immediately. That's not confirmed, but I want to give council perspective that we may be moving so we can get the decisions on this project moving forward, at least the snow removal and potentially Oakdale. Those are the two big ones as well. CIP, we may need another meeting, but let's work towards that. So I just want to give everyone fair notice on that. With that being said, motion to adjourn. Let's see if we're just on time. Oh, motion to adjourn. Councillor Kushner, Councillor Phillips, all in favor. Carried. Thank you, staff, for this. Thank you to everyone who participated on Zoom. Thank you to the First Ontario Performing Arts Center.
Great job.
Rebecca, Evan, Bonnie, Kristen, and the volunteers. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Have a great night, folks. And leave your masks on.
Night, everyone.
Take care, Sam.